of that is their mid jungle right there. So if we could start rolling on the clips. The big thing for me about this team is how effectively their mid-jungle duo is able to have a presence in the early game. They have such good synergy, and they go in on each other's plays. Torak going in here, but Painful has full faith in Zubak to follow up. Flashes straight in. Yes, it's an easy kill, but look at the setup they're running with this. It's a very easy skirmish composition, which means that in these small situations, if it's a 2v2, if it's a 3v3, the amount of burst VNC is able to do at the opening, as you're seeing here, immediately turns the rest of the fight into a huge numbers advantage. And so using that mid-jungle advantage and translating it immediately into lanes is how they get their leads early, and has been the most effective part about them. I remember giving Painful MVP last week on his Nico. The problem happens later, because all these advantages we're seeing right now, the immediate resets they're getting onto the Viego, the really efficient way that they're able to pick off people individually, is a really strong function of their composition in those small scenarios, but in a big 5-on-5, not so much, which means they are going to perform really well in these wide map scenarios, which is what the early game is. You'll get reset onto reset onto reset, so long as you are playing in a completely wide state, but when it gets to a grouping, that's where it can become a problem. How do those groupings end up happening? It's because when it comes to mid-game, they make some rookie mistakes as a 5-man that do lead to you having to team fight your way back in. This being a major one. Look at bot, look at mid. There is no other objective on the map for natives to have to consider except for this big thing happening on top. You're making an aggressive play there, but there's no trade possible elsewhere, so natives are fully free to collapse. It's no longer a 2v2, it's no longer a 3v3, it is a straight 5-man on top side for natives with no punishment possible. They're barely able to get the crash on mid, and this leads to them trying to go into these group 5-on-5s where their composition just cannot function as well. Right? They don't have the beefy front line. You have a Belveth trying to make a pick, a LeBlanc trying to make a pick, a Heimerdinger trying to make a pick. The Varus is going to be best after natives have already offset their own engage. And here, they are against enough range that Varus won't even really get the proper chance. The thing that makes that composition good to get the lead is the exact same thing that makes it horrible in these big 5-on-5s. Again, here, you have the attempts, but it's so much harder for Venom Crest rather than Jhin, Azir, Nocturne, Cassante to get advantages in these massive groupings. You can see how the LeBlanc Belveth would be able to function in 2v2. The mixed damage, the immense amounts of burst onto single targets, but you get to the point where you stymie their tempo in the mid game because they make that one big error and they're on the back foot, and the draft that gave them all the advantages, the running theme, ends up being their great Achilles heel. So this is a great team that has a lot of confidence in the synergy they have with each other, but if they don't fix these mid-game scenarios, they're going to struggle against much more experienced teams like natives.
This is the perfect introduction to the league, to this split. It seems like everybody can get on the top 4 we have been talking about non-stop. 7 out of 8 teams, and yesterday it was like, wait, 8 out of 8 teams, and this is beautiful. So this opens up the appetite, which means we gotta show you the menu for today. Let's hit the schedule to understand what we have in store for you. It is going to be the first game of the day, Lightside versus Verdant. We'll start with that one in a few minutes. Ruddy versus Natives, followed by Nor versus DMG, and we'll end it up with the teams that were supposed to be immortal. We're going to be facing each other today, Lionscreed versus Venom Crest. So this is going to be an interesting day. I would say, okay, the match of the day is going to be Lightside versus Verdant, which is the first one, but the last one, it's quite interesting, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, you can go first, but look,
Yeah,
actually, go for it.
we say like maybe both these teams were meant to be undefeated. I think for Venom Crest, we didn't necessarily have those expectations coming in. They've been able to surprise and they've been able to impress us. And I think this is going to be a great litmus test for the actual level of both these teams, because Lionscreed had such a dominant win in their very, very first game, but I feel like they've kind of been trending downward. And whilst Venom Crest did pick up a loss yesterday, I think this is a team that has a lot of room to grow in it. And so if they're able to get a W versus Lionscreed later on, I think that spells great things for their seasons, but much rougher stuff for the Lions.
Yeah.
So I do believe... Yeah, continue.
For me, the fact that Venom Crest have this very particular weakness against Lionscreed makes it very Lionscreed favor. Because when Lions Creed were previously in the LEC and three of their players, in the NLC, and three of their players were previously here running much the same system, they were a brilliant team at making big comebacks in those mid-game parts and in late-game when Baron spawns. These were the guys that were running Aurelion Sol and stuff like this, and even if you got them down to all tier 2s, they knew, we have a collapse now, let's go in on it. People like Kasing, people like Jinjo, Johan Ten, they are very good at setting these things up. It's the big Achilles heel Venom Crest have had this whole time. I think this is their biggest test. If they're able to beat Lions Creed, they can beat absolutely anyone. But I think Lions Creed should get back on the board at the last game today.
And we have some predictions, and the team has been split up in terms of who they think who's going to win. So might as well bring the predictions for today. Yesterday, it was a mess. Let's see what we have in store. Well, Hiprain is still going amok, running amok with his predictions. I mean, it's quite fair in game right now. I don't see anything wrong with any prediction, to be honest. I'm like, anybody can win at this point. I don't have any idea.
No, for me, I actually, so this is a funny thing, right? Because so Middlecott's the one that suggested this this prediction format, right, with the point system.
Yeah.
Because of the way the point system is, even though I bet on Verdant, I actually need Verdant to lose. Because if they lose, Aragon loses 4 of his points, whereas I only lose 1. And if that happens, I actually leap him today. So now, even though I bet on Verdant, I actually need them to lose for the predictions to be correct for me. So thank you, Middlecott, for these wild technicalities that you have introduced to the
not a problem. And like, I'm definitely not enjoying this new format as much because I don't think that I'm doing as well. But I like, I'm recognizing that I'm kind of a little bit further down, so that's why I've kind of put Venom Crest there. I want to agree with Veteran because I feel like that's usually a good idea, but I kind of don't disagree with them. I think that Lions Creed have got some very, very obvious flaws that can be exploited by a team that sets themselves up well, and I think that Venom Crest could be that team. And of course, if I get that last matchup, then I'm basically guaranteed to win the entire split in terms of the predictions.
Oh, you keep talking about that, but also you need to deliver your bold or go broke prediction. I have no idea what you brought up. Yesterday it was a beautiful statement from Hiprain. He had to change it 3 times in order to get it correct, and still, I think he's actually wrong. Well, let's see your bold or broke statement. What did you bring into the table? Okay. Middlecott says, Nord won't win a game under 30 minutes. I like it.
Yeah.
I looked at
one. Looked at the 2 games that Nord have won today, and they do seem one to the date, and they do seem like a very, very slow team. I don't think this is a team that is going to be finishing bottom half of the table, but it doesn't feel like they accelerate particularly quickly. Quite often they're picking compositions that have got a single format of engage, which limits your ability to transition early leads into objectives and into wins very, very rapidly.
Then you go for Liam Cole. Liam Cole will now win an Aphelios game this split. I mean...
I'm an Aphelios hater. Like, I don't necessarily like the champion, both now and just generally. I think that he gets outranged by a lot of stuff, and it does suck, but DMG look like they are going to be one of the weaker rosters this split, so I think it could very well be a situation where stuff just averages out and Liam Cole ends up with 5 losses on Aphelios and without a win.
The last one was Lions Creed will fail playoffs. I mean, I'll let you talk about it later on. Not now, because we're about to jump into the first game. It's going to be Light Side versus Verdant. So, Veteran, you were saying that you want your prediction to go bad, but is there a way for it to go bad?
I only put 1 point on this because I actually think it is quite likely that this prediction goes bad. I don't give them the edge on this to a massive extent, which is why I've put most of my points elsewhere. Like, for example, on towards Lions Creed, who, you know, Middlecott has bet against in keeping with his bold or broke. This is very... I didn't expect Lightside to even be on a singular win right now, and Verdant's first week was extremely rusty. So I do think that there is a lot of opportunity to upset them. I ultimately give Verdant the edge, obviously. I think they've come off of a fantastic win. I think that first week was a little bit of an aberration for them, and they're only going to go from strength to strength. This is going to sound like a bit of a cope. I do think it matters that they are an all-Danish team. I do think that helps a lot when it comes to building up synergy between each other. There's a lot less barriers to have to push down there. The language thing is a huge deal. Everybody having to speak English as a second language is much more difficult than if everyone's just allowed to speak Danish to each other. So I think they can get over a lot of their teamwork issues, and it was teamwork issues that lost them against Ruddy.
Wait, that's actually a lock. That is a lock.
That is.
Just for Gooby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is
Not
this...
particularly surprised. He does play a fair bit of the Aphelios, and the Aphelios-Melio combo is decently strong. I also am a big fan of this Cassante pickup early on for Bucci. I think that he had a really good time in the laning phase versus Banderas in that win. And this Lilia was also really key for Lightside. I'm a little bit worried if they just end up running back the same composition, because we know how that operates, but we are 3 for 3 so far in terms of the champions that were able to get them that win versus LC.
So the good thing about early pick Aphelios, they've banned Varus, Senna is also removed by Lightside, but Lightside have immediately pivoted into heavy range compositions. The downside is it takes a lot to actually pull that off. So if you start going all in on pick and on engage as Verdant, and just assume that Lightside will at some point not be on parallel lines with each other, which is very likely, people misstep all the time, right?
Yeah.
Then that composition falls apart. But if they stay in formation, it's such a hard game to play Aphelios in. The big thing Aphelios doesn't want to play into is heavy, heavy range.
And my question is, the Jhin is still available, and it's so important for most teams, and you have the Jace, you have the Jhin, so more range into that composition. It seems like there's a way, unless Verdant takes out the Jhin as the last ban.
And Dash.
I mean, yeah, I mean, they could opt to do that, but like, generally, Lightside have already got a great setup for poke here, and so a Jhin would definitely not go amiss. You're talking about the Swell C going out, the accelerated shot blast. You combine that with a Jhin W, you've basically got a ready-made engage for yourself, and I think for Lightside, they're going to be quite happy with the way that this draft has initially panned out, because Aphelios, Vi, these are champions that are going to end up going forward a lot in the way that these comps look, and I think Lilia is such a great antidote to those sorts of compositions. If you dive on top of her, she pops the Q, she pops the ult, and whoever's there, if they're isolated, they will die.
I think the best thing for Verdant to look to pick now, yes, I'm aware of the jungler on the side of Lightside, but they should honestly look to lock in Malphite. Malphite would be really good here and towards the Cassante. Malphite would give them insta-catch potential towards the Jace. His build path's really easy the later we go in towards the game. We know it's going to be something like Jhin or Ashe. Kate Lux would be an insane thing for Lightside to lock in, and honestly might be one of the best things. If they go with Gnar here, then Verdant suddenly have a lot of the vulnerabilities that we're talking about on the side of Lightside. It looks like they will go with the Gnar. It's more of a classic in towards Cassante. It also has good split push options decently into both sides. But ultimately, I think if you just want to dismantle Lightside here, probably the Malphite would have been the way to go. We saw it in a Spanish league yesterday. Okay, that is a lot of Zyrakan.
Yeah. Bring in the pair.
Yeah, and I think, again, for Lightside, this is building more champions that absolutely thrive if you try and jump into them. Like, I think that Jobu is going to have a really difficult time on this Vi actually finding effective picks. It's not like Verdant have got an incredibly durable frontliner as well that can just stand tall whilst Lightside are sort of peeling back for themselves. So I am very, very worried for Verdant in terms of this composition, because I can't really see as many angles for them to play it out. Yes, they've got a lot of pick tools, but you're going into a comp that it feels like is ready-made to deal with that.
I will slightly disagree. I do think that the Xayah does lack the range that you want in towards an Aphelios, and that could become a big problem. I think every time Xayah wants to do damage here, she is going to be quite vulnerable. There are plenty of low cooldown things to burn her ultimate, like Ari Charm, for example, before we even get into Vi, the potential Gnar engage, the potential green gun picks for the Aphelios. So I am a bit more confident now that my prediction will be correct, which is terrible for my prediction score overall. Thank you, Middlecop.
Last words for this game before we jump onto it. Middlecott, it's on you, but I'll just toss it.
I think it's a 2-0 week for Lightside.
Is that Cassante mid?
I believe it is.
It is.
Okay.
I believe it is. The curveball comes in at the last second, veteran.
Nice.
Okay. I think it's time to toss it away. I believe Rudude and also Initializer have a lot to talk about this one. It is the match of the day. It's the first one as well. So it's on to you, gentlemen. Both kind of British. Kind of.
And thank you so much for that kind introduction to what will amount to the match of the day. Danish team versus the Swedish organization. And Lightside yesterday started by playing hardball with Lionscreed. They've ended that draft with a curveball by flicking that Cassante into the mid lane, into the Ahri to make her life that much more miserable. And it's already looking pretty wild and interesting here in this draft.
It really is. And you know what's even better, Sam, is that coming into this game, we were like, you know, what we were going to do is really focus on this mid lane because we were expecting this to be a fairly crucial matchup for our match of the day. And then we get Cassante locked mid lane.
Right.
It's a double-edged sword because it's weird and wonderful in the mid lane. It's worth focusing on a little bit. What it does is absolutely take any enjoyment either of these players are going to have out of the mid lane matchup for the foreseeable future. We're going to have 10-15 minutes where we're just going to be Doran Shield, Cassante hitting creeps, Ahri, oh, I'm sure I can kill this guy, and then he lives, and it's going to be really sad for both of these players, and then they're going to get to teamfight and have a load of fun. But the mid lane matchup becomes a little less impactful for me off of this switch.
Yeah, and I do think instead we've got to turn our eyes up perhaps towards Bucci, who we were going to mention a little bit after the MVP performance they put out yesterday versus Lionscreed, where obviously things were going pretty wrong in the bot lane early on. Johan was down there with his Xin Zhao and getting things rolling down there. And on the other side, Bucci was instead becoming a bit of a menace. Yesterday on the Cassante, today he's been given a bit more of a carry role. He's got the Jason to the Gnar, they've got the Lilia back in the jungle. They are looking to play a very similar style of composition to the one they pulled out yesterday, which is namely keep people in front of the giant artillery line and make those pick options a challenge to make happen, because you've got to get across 2 screens plus with all the range that team just has innately with what they've drafted.
Yep, quite right. And the good part as well, what I like for the switch up as well for Lightside, is that despite this Eye not quite having the range, the pairing with the Rakan, obviously very good to facilitate a Rakan engagement as well. Something that they were kind of lacking throughout the rest of their composition. Obviously it comes with having great ranges that trying to start a fight if you're looking to contest people on those chokes can be a little bit more difficult, but a Rakan is going to be very adept at making that happen. So Dr. Chaos going to have agency and honestly a pretty big set of shoes to fill in terms of being the engagement for this team.
Indeed it is. And of course, what you do have is a lot of non-committal engagement between, like you can throw out the swell seeds, you can try and poke out with Jason and stuff, but you're right, like unless, like yesterday, of course, they had the Jhin to kind of add into that. This time, it is going to be a little bit more on the likes of Dr. Chaos to try and follow up on maybe a little bit of something what Tarek or M do to try and make that happen. On the other side, though, it's a bit of a different look again for Verdant, who have gone towards an Aphelios. They've gone the Milio with that to give the Aphelios a little bit more safety, the ability to run that barrier themselves, because Milio can provide all the healing they need and try and survive out that way. But it is really this, it feels like, for the side of Verdant, all on getting Gooby and PlayStation, 2 veterans of this team now, having played there last year as well, to try and make this work and try and be the carries this team requires them to be, especially when you've got setup out of the mid jungle to try and feed them all the kills they can.
And I think that this Aphelios Milio combo is something that we're starting to see crop up quite frequently in the NLC. I'm excited to see its work versus the Xayah specifically. Obviously, shorter range data carry. Gooby should have a decent time of things for the starting of this game. Looking to see whether or not we've got PlayStation ready with those cues to interrupt Dr. Chaos engages. But I also want to talk about the interaction for this Milio as we get later on into the game, because he's got a lot of pressure on that Breath of Life. Really good interaction for the Milio specifically is versus this Lilia. Emma will be able to tell you that Lilia versus Milio is a very sad matchup, because as soon as you press sleep, the Milio immediately cleanse it, even when they're drowsy. So there's a lot of pressure, at least on that side.
Yeah. The you want to sleep quickly turns to a Breath of Life courtesy of that R button. It is really, really annoying. And of course, it's not as easy a game to play the Lilia either, because often Lilia really likes it when there's a lot of melee champions trying to run into your team, because it's just so much easier to dance around with your Qs and keep people at range and disengage best you can. And that's not going to be as easy to pull off here with the way things have been drafted. Of course, you can still be a very scary AP carry. We can still see with a lot of those, the items that are just around at the minute, the Lilia feels pretty happy about that. But it is going to be a slightly different style of play and what's required out of Emp to make that happen.
Yeah, and already PlayStation getting a little bit adventurous with their Melio pathing. Obviously, with that push in the bot side, they've been unable to do so. Didn't put the ward down, and didn't quite spot out Emp. I'm not sure whether or not they are fully aware of the positioning. But it's good to see that they're already getting a little bit aggressive down on the spot side, using the pressure you expect to get with this Aphelios Melio in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, exactly that, and they're trying to make the most of it as they can. Of course, Aphelios versus Xayah is a matchup we've seen a fair amount of over the last few years. They have been staples of pro scene, both of these players more than comfortable enough in that matchup, and it is kind of one of those ones that you're not expecting too much like craziness. I mean, it's not like, oh, this is just a champion that beats this one straight out. You can play that matchup both ways around.
Yeah, exactly. And something that I'm kind of looking forward to as we do get a little bit later on into this getting the build half support. We see him opt into the first strike, actually, in this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Just because he knows he'll be able to farm a load of gold off of this Cassante. Even if he can't kill him, being able to proc first strike consistently, get some decent trades. And then first strike obviously lends itself to a more assassination-oriented build path as well.
Exactly, it does. And when you're linking up with a Vi, that combo is pretty obvious. You both kind of press R and dive at someone and try and lock down. Ragnar, it wasn't supposed to be this crazy. Flashes away, stays alive, but Gooby and PlayStation flexing in the bot lane early.
So flash burned from the Xayah. You can see there's a crashing wave, but both junglers are up on this top side. Looking to be contested.
Indeed, about to come on through, Q's on through, steals the small walls, now MPXD in danger. Begins to throw out the blooming blows, will begin to try and slow people down the ward, comes on down and Torak. Now coming to shield his jungler on the way out there. Nice little look in from Juleblood, but doesn't amount to too much as it stands.
And this is going to be a stolen away Gromp as well, and immediately you see beelining it back down to that bot side. They are pushing in here, this Aphelios Melio combo. But obviously, level 4 Lilia, not the greatest of gankers unless somebody's super overextended. Still could be a gank, though.
Just a quick look in for some trade and a bit of healing back with the likes of that Gleaming Quill, but not too much more. And Gooby now on Gravitum Infernum means even if you do dive in, chances are you just get rooted. Of course, now with all the mana used, Verdant saying, we've got our trades, we've got our shove, time to go for that early back and reap the spoils of our early game. Jolbu as well here pretty early on as the grubs spawn, takes away one of those, immediately goes in to nab Raptors on respawn, which of course is Lilia's favourite food source, and continue to try and keep that deer down.
And you can see also, I want to take a quick note of Jolbu's build path. Not too frequent that you'll see a Doran's played in a jungler's inventory.
No, that's very
really
true.
hammering home the early game advantage that you're expecting the Vi to have as soon as this level 6 comes online. Expect the cease and desist to be looking to make a play, probably in and around the jungle. Also an opportunity to have that on the top side. The lockdown that a Vi and a Gnar have are going to be very, very real, especially versus a Jace on the top side, who's typically going to be fairly squishy.
Indeed, that's probably the case. And onto the Dragon goes Jilbur, having nabbed a Grob, gone back to their apps and come straight on over, looking to continue to take the most advantage they can of what they've had. Jilbur being very opportunistic with what they can grab, when they can grab, and quite aware of the timing windows they do have to work with. Aziril comes on over, just throws an auto, but then back away, and early Dragon secured for Verdant.
Yeah, really happy with how Verdant have played out this early game. Jolbu has basically had 3 winning lanes and hasn't put it to waste either. Invading on that top side, stealing away. Gromps plus Wolves, getting himself 1 Void Grub, now taking this Dragon as well. He's definitely making the most of his advantage that his laners have given him. I also want to quickly touch on that top side matchup and sort of praise Bucci a little bit, actually, because he's not managed to, or hasn't used his TP yet, but had found a recall over Doxy.
Oh, yes.
Hadn't really lost too much for it, so managed to get a tier, had that stacking up very early on for a play we were very excited for from yesterday. Good to see that that's continuing into this match as well.
Nice route there from Ragnar, but that's the Ghost popped as well, interesting by the Xayah. I think they were probably looking for a little bit more than they found. Step forward again, Gooby though, a lot of chakrams to his name, is just standing and delivering, and that's just a summoner down. Not too much gain, honestly.
No, now no summoners for the Xayah. They're desperately trying to get this wave under the turret, and you can see them kind of trading their health, also getting a decent amount of to at least force some sort of reset until Ragnar hits level 6. He's very vulnerable in this position, but you can see they've got decent enough on that bot side. There's a real pink ward in the bot side of mid lane as well to help out.
Doxy nearly at Mega. Julbu's around. The shock blast goes wide, but that could now be a lilting lullaby. Over they go. Gonna try to throw, but Torak has roamed first. This could get ugly. Julbu will try and immune some of the CC and does a phenomenal job of it. First blood to Doxy. Doxy now needs to try and run away fast as they can, but it's not going to work out. A knockback on Ibuchi, who's trying to run away, but a hammer form will not keep him alive. Erol with the passive healing, flashed on, and a Q3 secures a double kill for Torak, who will now try and continue this fight, but Julbu is having none of it. Trying to get a final auto to kill it, waiting for the Q cooldown, and even then can't find it. It's an even trade in the top side, but a bloodbath nonetheless.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Level 6 is hit and these teams go crazy in the top lane. 2 for 2, and it's a really nice distribution for both of these sides. The Cassante going to get a lot more tanky off the back of those 2 kills. For Verdant, both of their solo laners are able to pick up a kill apiece. Now the important factor after it is the fact that Julbu actually able to finish off those Void Grubs from earlier on, so that's 3-0 to begin with this game. And Lightside, whilst they're getting some decent kills in the mid lane, it's Verdant who are still continuing to just a little bit, slowly, get that neutral objective advantage.
That's exactly it. Need to try and play this out best they can. Alright, they need to keep this one as calm as they can. It is that relatively even-ish early game. Slight gold lead to Verdant, partly off those early aggressive moves they made in the jungle, but we've seen the skirmishing start up. We've seen the willingness both teams have had to try and make things happen. And as it stands, we're not left with too much to work with. We'll have a dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. I believe Emp just picked up a couple of grubs while those were still available. And now we look down towards Gooby and the rest going forwards. Dr. Chaos trying their very best, gets a charm out. There instead is the turnaround. PlayStation pressing that breath of life. Overcomes Julmu and Emp to try and shield this one out. Ragnar taken pretty damn low, but is still just alive. Verdant get the shove, get the aggressive play, and will likely get the reset off this as well, unless Julbu is feeling might more aggressive than he already is.
Should be communicated that this dive not particularly possible with 3 members on the bot side and the right side. Ragnar probably didn't have mana for the ulti, but I don't think that's too much of a concern when you've got a Lilia just lurking, just hovering, making sure that that dive isn't going to come through. And as we look a little bit later on into this game, I'm going to be quite curious as to how we're seeing Verdant deal with this Cassante tank shred on this roster, coming exclusively from Gooby, from the Milio as well, aiding that just a little bit. So the build path for Gooby actually relatively infrequently you'll see Stormrazor opens if you've got squishy comps. Kraken Slayer not completely dead, but the difference in AD between Stormrazor and Kraken Slayer is very Stormrazor favoured.
Yes, it is. And I think a lot of those energized item synergies have also just felt really, really good. We've seen a lot of people feel like they come online at that the kind of the 1-2 item mark rather than the 2 to 3 point, which is where a lot of the crit items are at these days, which just feels rough in terms of your ability to get involved and impact the game in a meaningful way as Doxy just trading out. And I think we'll be seeing those resets come on through as Erol forced to back a little bit further behind us now than perhaps you'd like, because of course we have got Dragon spawning about 35 seconds, and you begin to wonder whether that might be our next point of contest. Malignant complete from Ari, that ultimate cooldown reduction in nice and early. Nymera will approve, I am sure. Seems to play out for me alongside a Dark Seal. So everything you could ask for, you know?
2 for 2.
Magi second and everything's there, I know. I get this like every day, mate. Like I don't get to escape it. He's in the room next door.
So do
they go.
I understand. Okay,
how is the big little cop? Just in general.
Well, if we wanted to turn, you know what? That's a time for a later date.
Oh boy.
We play middle
court stories.
We should,
that's true. On stream might be a bit mean. It's true.
Yeah.
He has nowhere to defend himself right now either.
There is a fridge with comments on it. You know, like quotes that I hear. I think my favourite part of living so far has just been me out of context, just cooking, you know, food. His room's right next to the kitchen. So when prepping meals or anything like that, I'll just hear him on Discord to his friends or something like that. There have been some just out of context sentences which are top notch and have taken pride of place on our fridge. So yeah.
I genuinely thought the step was going to end if we have a fridge, as in like that's what's in the house. And I'm like, I'm really proud of you for having basic necessities.
Well, you say that. We don't have a freezer, so, you know, we'll deal with that one.
There you go.
All right, there's a Drake up.
All in good time.
All in, well, maybe. Verdant are doing good things with their time, let's say, as they are able to take down the second dragon. The Aphelios with these shark crumbs absolutely choose through these neutral objectives, and they've been, honestly, very adept at just bullying out on this bot side.
Exactly that, and they get a hold of the second dragon. They have managed to spawn themselves a very lucky roll on the Drake Soul. Hex Soul still considered probably the strongest soul in the game, and will be a real problem as Torrent buffers through that charm nicely. As Lilia goes to interrupt
Doxy.
the Raptors, and it's a nice engage from Doxy indeed. Bucci desperately low flash! And a solo kill secured on the top side.
That's what we like to see from Doxy up in this top side. One of the plays that I was really impressed by last week. Had a really good hopping performance, now extending that to a Gnar.
Flash away. Look where Julbu is. Still no idea where the Lilia is. Big damage back with the Moonlight Vigil. It burns with the force of 300 years. And all the while shut down on the top side. But it means they know exactly where the Lilia is, and that's not bot lane. Ragnar flashes. Ragnar gets it anyway and makes the 2v3 secure. In comes a teleport from Bucci, who has died and respawned, and now looking to punish the bot side PlayStation. Looking like he's losing the console war. Decent choke back from Gooby, who is trying to get something back, but it's a 1v3 now under the tower. Cannot find the final auto. He's brought out the barrier. Continue to run forward. Severum. Onslaught cannot make it happen. And Ragnar rock and rolls his way to a kill.
It is excruciatingly close down on the bot side for Gooby, but it's a 2-0 in favor of Lightside, coming away with a very good turnaround there. It was Verdant who engaged in that bot side antics, but it's them that come away with, honestly, a really rough time of things. 3-0 in the long trade. We didn't see take down the Gnar, but that did happen off screen. So Void Grubs plus a kill for the Lilia. She's not going to be very happy with her state in the game. Bucci able to teleport in, save his bot side. Ragnar and Dr. Chaos have been kind of getting bullied, but the fact that they're able to find a couple kills there helps them out no end.
It does indeed. Ragnar gets one on Julbu. Wonderful use of the flash in the ultimate. And then just plays out the rest of it just about alright. Gooby, knowing there's no way out, tries to bully his way through with an onslaught and a barrier and a dream. Unfortunately, it comes to naught, and that bot side that was kind of a really big early point of pressure now falls away. The gold's still pretty damn even, actually, despite the kills going the way of Lightside over the last few moments. The Herald comes across, they've still got 2 dragons, and they're still very much in this game, even if that's a little bit of mud on their face with how things went out. Dr. Chaos stopped from taking that pink ward. Doxy now beginning to throw some autos out themselves. Remember, there's still no ulti. Exactly, Doxy nearly at Mega Gnar. They overstepped, and a shutdown going the way of Doxy, who rolls his way to a double.
Trinity Force completed, and this Gnar is here to party. 2 levels up on Ragnar. Like, you are just going to annihilate this Xayah, especially with no Featherstorm. The fact that they take that Rift Herald, they're able to translate it into 2 kills. Very big overstep from the light side, bot side. They do get punished quite considerably, and again, credit to Julbu for making that happen.
I think that might have been a little bit of trading out on the other side of the map. Both of these side lanes very, very aggressive at the same time over the last few minutes, but Verdant get themselves the kills, the shutdowns, and this Gnar that was drafted into what should have been a tricky matchup with the Jace, and just with the flex coming on through is now in a very prime position to be really taking over this map. And that also means this Cassante, which nominally should be okay, is now going to be forced against this very fed Gnar, who will be able to just author them down despite the tank items being so strong at this point in the season.
Yeah, and you know, something that Veteran had alluded to in the draft was that this Gnar is going to have great options in the side lane as it gets later and later. The fact that those couple of kills have come through going to make that side laning a little bit easier and a little bit sooner to come by as well. I do sort of love the knock-on effect more than anything on top side play, because not only did they get the double kill onto Doxy, but they also got the tier 1 turret for Gooby and PlayStation in the mid lane. So they've opened up the map quite considerably when they've got these 2 Drakes already started. It's going to make setting up for future dragons, setting up for this Hex Soul even easier if they can just push a mid wave. It means that Lightside are going to have to catch their wave a little bit deeper and then spend more time moving into the jungle and having to clear out things that Verdant can set up faster.
Oh, exactly. They are trying to play this out best they can, as smoothly as they can, and with Dragon in 40 seconds sole point to them, they are going to want to continue the winning ways of their top side and perhaps forget about that slightly awkward dive towards the bot lane. Julbu already begin to wrap around that mid lane tower where it used to be, and Ragnar and Dr. Chaos may be forced to burn a key spell or 2 here. Needs to play it out. Flash Q doesn't quite work, but the ultimate comes out regardless. Trying to play this one out. The charm comes on through. Julbu very deep, but stays alive for now. Ignited. Big run down and take it down, and Ragnar gets that one.
Look at the timing as well. Couple of seconds on that dragon. Jungler falls. PlayStation doesn't want to commit the breadth of life to try and keep the Vi alive. Thought maybe if they can get this fight in a 4 versus 5, there's an opportunity with the Melio ulti to make that happen. Doxy's here though, and now a teleport to answer.
To play this one out. Swell Seed lands, but only to Doxy, and they're not going to pull a lilting lullaby quite yet. Look at Irol on the side, looking to find a bit of a pick. Will miss the charm on Ibuchi, who clears out the control ward and takes command of the bush himself. Now they're going to try and trade this one out, play that blocking role from Bucci and Torak. Has
And they've
indeed
got the gates
respawned,
as
but the
well.
Hex Gates mean they can play this one out exactly. Rude dude. In goes Doxy. Gonna try and force people away. Decent Moonlight Vigil gets some damage onto the back end of this. Dragon down to 2.5 thousand gold. Julbu looking to get over the wall. And pretty low as well. Torok forced away. Julbu to the backside onto Bucci. Gets some more damage and they're having to run away. They're desperately low. Julbu goes down, but is the damage done in return too much? Gooby continues to free fire. Several
Flash forward.
onslaught with the Infernum. Sets that bird afire and brings them down to earth. Dr. Chaos about to lose their PhD under the weight of fire. Gooby tanking the turret will likely go down, but no, the shield is
Wow.
just about enough. With the aid of a barrier, they come out 3 for 1.
Ramped up turret, not able to do the job. The Melio shield plus summon a barrier keeps them alive. And Verdant, they keep Lightside interested for just long enough. They knew exactly what the capabilities of their composition at this stage in the game were. We said 4v5, maybe they've got a window to try and take this fight, specifically with that Melio ulti. Cleanses out the Lilia sleep so Gooby can be free firing for as long as possible. And Gooby wasted no time flashing forward, putting out as much damage as possible. Unfortunately not able to finish that Infinity Edge. I'm saying this because there's a Drake fight that could still very easily happen. That Dragon didn't go down in the back end of this. So the Ophelio spike not quite as hard hitting as they would have liked.
But Doxy's got 2 items in a dream, a teleport available. Lightside right back to the scene of the crime. Doesn't look like Verdant are going to be here to fight it in time. They're just saying that's enough. We'll take everything elsewhere. They've got Errol on the top side. They've got the bot lane shoving through mid. And they're trying to get as much on the map elsewhere as they can.
Yeah, and you can see really good sort of adaptation from Lightside as well. They recognise we don't need to commit all 5 people to this Dragon. Let's do what we can to try and defend our top tier 2. And there are already 3 people here.
All the Void Mites come out to play as a result of that charge. Top lane tier 1 did fall all the while that was happening. And Verdant take the trade across the map best they can.
I think they're happy with that trade as well. The fact that, or rather Lightside are happy with that trade. They stopped the Drake stacking, and the fact that they don't lose their tier 2, that's where a lot of the gold is in the turrets, means that they honestly stop Drake stacking and don't lose a right lot for it elsewhere. Nice little movements from Lightside, very quick to recognise where they needed to be. But again, looking forward, we're looking at the difference in these items between our AD carries. You've got Gooby, who's got that Infinity Edge finished up. Now still waiting on Ragnar to finish off what we can presume is going to be that Navori quick blades before the Xayah really feels like she's hitting home.
Yeah, exactly that. Has at least got that second item, so between Storm Razor and Infinity Edge is kind of getting towards the point of being threatening. You're right, you're kind of waiting for that third item, probably something resembling a Lord Doms, especially because obviously Errol not going to be the easiest matchup into the Cassandra in particular. Mages feel a little bit sad into tanks as it stands right now, and Ari is certainly a victim of that.
So, in your Ari's passively generated wisdom, are we looking at... Okay, well, I was gonna ask you what that second item is going to be. It's been answered for me immediately. How are we feeling about the Crypt Bloom?
I mean, it kind of makes some sense. You're gonna. I mean, the healing's really nice. It doubles up really well with the passive. I know things like Lichbane actually feel really good on Ari right now. Obviously, Medjay still feels pretty good. But Crypt Bloom, certainly a great item on her. And if you're feeling like, actually, I need to be able to cut through the lock here, and actually I'm hitting Cassandra a lot right now, though at least having some way to deal with a bit of that feels kind of nice.
Yeah, I think that one of the maybe underrated parts of Crypt Bloom that comes from it is the obviously Blighting Jewel. There is a bit of penetration built into this item as well, which obviously lends itself to helping out. I also like the idea of just being able to reset that bit easier, right? Ari is a reset champion. You get a takedown when your ulti's active. You're going to get another charge of that Spirit Rush. Getting a little bit of added health when that happens, certainly going to help you out on that charge forward, especially when we're talking about the Verdant composition specifically. They want to, or they're going to struggle really to find engages versus the Jace versus the Lilia. Them going forward with that bit of extra HP, catching up on any of those Shock Blast pokes that have come through, it really is just going to help out.
Well, that's exactly it, and you are still kind of playing with the fact that you do have this Jace who's gotten to those 2 items. Yeah, it's not been as exciting as you might have liked. There was a couple cool moments, but then we've seen a few of those deaths come on through, but Bucci's still feeling pretty okay in this game. You've still got this Lilia who's edging towards 2 items. In fact, the moment we speak about it, there is that Rift Maker complete. So you do now start to have some pretty scary incidental poke. You start hearing those swirl seeds, you start hearing those shock blasts, and maybe you're feeling less happy about some of those extended fights.
Yeah, and I want to touch on the side lane as well, because it's an element of this game that we touched a little bit on in the draft, and it's now something that is really going to become important because Doxy's got teleport available. We're starting to see Baron up. We're going to see more important Drakes, and he's finished off a Black Cleaver as well. So that side lane matchup specifically for the Cassante gets a lot harder with all the armor that he's built up. That's going to start to get shredded. And you can see Lightside, they're kind of fishing around in this mid lane, seeing if they can whittle their way into a fight. The part of Milio that is obviously very irritating, just his ability to disengage most of these situations. Slight shadowing on the spot side as well. Erol and Doxy, a two-man band, trying to see if they can pick somebody off on their way to answer that bot wave.
Well, indeed. They are struggling a little bit with that map control now. They've got 3 turrets to Verdant and none for the side of Lightside. And despite a stalwart effort against Livescreen, honestly, it's been a pretty good couple punches thrown back today. It's just not amounted to too much. Maybe a pick here on a Julbu would be a good start, though. The jungler about to fall and does so. Baron's alive, and that could now be a real threat. Minotaur Hex Dragon, and that is a monster pick in a critical moment.
Yeah, and now decision time for Doxy. Does he keep going bot lane? Does he try and walk up with the team? Going to save his TP, starts walking to this Baron. And a very quick play to finish to this Xayah. Going to do that damage to the neutral objective.
Got to try and play this one out in the 4v5. Dr. Chaos on the flank angle. Moonlight Vigil goes on in, empowered by Infernum. Down to 2,000 HP. Remember, there is no smite available. Is secured by the Lilia. But the damage back is monstrous. Doxy tries to go in, but the flashes get them out of the pit. Dr. Chaos takes a Hexgate, and Lightside are out scot-free.
It's a heist in the top side of this
Unreal.
jungle. 4v5 last time. Verdant were able to collapse, close, and punish Lightside. This time round, there's just a little bit more bravado to the Lightside composition. And they're able to take the Baron, take themselves a jungle kill as well, and get everybody out with Purple Worm.
And you just have to call it out. Julbu, once again, being a little bit too aggressive with the footing. It's not him going in this time, but it's people going onto him. He falls away, and that is a problem. It will be Soul Point probably secure by him as Verdant immediately reset and try and recoup some of the losses they just endured. Taken away, and now you can see Lightside trying to ward away any attempt from Verdant to cut off this wave in the mid lane. They'd like to try and get that one into the tower, but already Doxy going on forwards. Tries to get a pullback on a Torek and goes wide with the Gnar. Be that ultimate down for the moment. Over they come.
There. Remember, engages really only come from Dr. Chaos. It's difficult for this Lightside composition to do anything other than poke. Doxy jumps forward.
Tries to get a bit more. Doxy now down to the mini. Now Torek charmed up. Taking out about a half HP, but doesn't go down. Now Julbu into the backline in danger again. The lilting lullaby comes on through and puts Julbu into the long sleep of death. Tries to get a bit more, but PlayStation.
I think that was QSS plus the melee ult used. Erol doesn't find his charm
some damage.
There. Tier 1 turret probably going to be sacrificed here.
In goes Dr. Chaos trying to get some more. They all retreat. Tier 1 turret is indeed sacrificed and they pull away. A member down, but no one else falling. Gooby, though, throws out a Moonlight Vigil. Ragnar begins to go up into the air, but will get stunned to the wall! And Doxy goes on a killing spree. Oh, God, it helps Gooby go on a killing spree. Torek now tries to run away, remaining unstoppable, gets stunned in place. Does not have enough to work with. And the Baron shove is immediately thwarted. Yes, they get a tier 1. But Verdant are not giving it up cleanly.
Yeah, they get 2 tier 1s. It's just a little bit of miscommunication between the Lightside boys. Once again, they try to commit in the mid lane, but Bucci actually teleported up to the top side, trying to really make the most of that Baron, get as many turrets as possible. As soon as that happens, Doxy recognizes it, pulls that engage in the mid lane, takes out Ragnar, who still had Flash, catching him off guard, and finds the AD carry once again. Gooby getting aggressive with it. Very happy to see this Aphelios Melio really popping off.
And we've seen some of Aphelios' struggle across the first couple of weeks of the NLC. Liam Cole, particularly yesterday, not having the greatest time on it. This time around, though, Gooby has been really willing to throw down, has got the Milio behind him to empower him, is now at the 3 items, is at level 13, feeling very, very happy in this game. And it feels like if they are given any free space in these fights, they will eviscerate anyone who gets too close to them.
We've got a little bit of downtime for the next couple of minutes. No Baron, no Dragon left for another couple of minutes or so. So we're expecting our teams to sort of default back to maybe a bit more of a quieter stage of the game. And that's where we're going to get to see Doxy really perform. Hopefully he can be out in that side lane and have a good time of things. I think versus the Jace with that Randuin's finish, he's having a great time versus the Cassante as well with that Black Cleaver. It's just good news for Doxy if he goes to a side lane, and the good thing is that with this Randuin, he's also a little bit more geared toward tanking an AD carry, aka Ragnar, and can just be a big front line, and he's kind of pivoting his playstyle accordingly with what his team want. At the minute, it's that bot tier 2. Whether they can take it all down remains to be seen, but they're certainly going to try.
Doxy about to have their Mega Gnar timeout, but this tier 2 is indeed the target. Gooby with the Caliber, rather. Got enough range right now to at least get that turret very low. Can't quite secure it as Lightside come down in enough numbers and enough force to hold on to that, but just barely.
Alrighty, and the tier
Solid.
2 in the top side actually taken down, so Bucci getting himself a little bit of gold back. Look at the sort of gold disparity between these two. You wouldn't think that a 0-kill Jace is matching the Gnar, who's got 5 kills, 4 assists, but all of the turrets that Bucci's been able to claim, all of that side lane farm, may come and cost him now.
Right, indeed. Gonna try and play this one out. Bucci taken very low, and he has just overshoved and takes Julbu low, but not down. And Doxy claims another, his 6th of the game.
And now look at what Lightside are doing on the opposite side of the map. It's a quick pick, quick little shutdown for Doxy. But Lightside walk into this bot side jungle. They're going to claim themselves a blue buff for the team. They're also going to take down this tier 1 turret. If Doxy can get this tier 2 on the top side, then that's probably still worthwhile for Lightside or for Verdant. Of course, with the Baron spawning in a little over a minute here and the Drake spawning in a little under it, decisions to be made for both of these teams where they're going to focus. Verdant have got that idea, okay, we can get a soul, the permanent buff, going to be very useful for them, but equally, if Lightside take themselves a second Baron, they're not too sure what's going to come from that.
That will be very difficult to deal with. And again, Verdant, despite the fact that the kills are pretty even, the difficulty's been actually just in map control. Verdant have done a fantastic job of getting a lot of those turrets, getting a lot of those dragons, and with the exception of that really unfortunate pick onto Julbu into the Baron take from Lightside, which was a great moment for them, they have really struggled to maintain control of the map, despite the fact that things like the gold have at least been kept relatively close now with that Baron shove.
So it looks like Verdant's efforts are toward this top side, are toward that Baron. You can see that the bot side jungle is completely dark for Verdant. They've got no idea what's going to be happening down there, and obviously spawning a little bit prior to the Baron, so there's a window to take that objective a little bit quicker, lower HP, easier to find. Teleport back into that mid lane once again. It's Bucci this time joining his team, really asserting their dominance around the dragon. Looks like Verdant, they're quite happy just to give it up. What can they get in response? It's vision of this Baron, but they haven't started it yet.
Indeed, they aren't quite comfortable enough to do that, and that means Soul is denied. Side managed that one quite well, and it gets into a very tense point of the game. 30 minutes in, you've got 2.5 items on the Lilia, 3 on the Cassante, 3 on the Jace. Zaya's not miles off completing a Lord Doms herself, and yes, we've been talking the praises of Gooby, singing them rather. And yes, Doxy is filthy strong, but it's not like Lightside is shy on the items himself, and they're going to start up the Baron again.
This is definitely
and Verdant going to be forced to respond. Here we go, down at 9k.
Behind from Doxy as well, so he's going to have a good angle into this
Where's
fight.
the Mega? Is it even there? No, he's mini Gnar and nowhere near the Mega Gnar. That means it's going to be a problem. Stolen away! Julbo into the pit, and Lightside looking on the dark side instead, as they are on the wrong end of a heist this time around. Gooby, unstoppable. Bucci flashing away. So much healing, and everyone stays alive. As Lightside hold their head in their hands and lose the big purple worm.
Oh, we thought the first one was a heist initialized. This one is just the absolute worst case scenario for Lightside. They started up the Baron, it gets stolen away, they lose 3 members, and now Verdant with 5 members strong, they might be able to end this game. There are no carries for another 30 seconds.
Wave clear's gone, it's gotta have to be down to some magic from the Lilia, but there's no lilting lullaby, and walking up to this wave would surely be doom. Maybe I'll just have to try as Dr. Chaos goes in, tries to battle dance their way to safety. EMP goes gold, trying to hold on, gets a few blooming blows rather, but it matters not a jot. Verdant claim another scalp, they'll get another win, and feel very pleased about it. Yes, Lightside, some solid punches back, but it's just not enough.
Very, very close game, it has to be said. Lightside, despite the fact they were kind of dipping their toes with a gold disadvantage for the most part, it never really felt like they were out of that game. They were always finding good punches, and until they started up that Baron, I was very happy with the sequence of events that had taken place. They'd found themselves a Drake, probably for free, and then they went up to the top side. They could have just dealt with clearing out of the vision and not having to start it up, but obviously they overreached. They got a bit too much in their confidence, and it really backfired in the end.
Yeah, did a little bit there. You kind of have to give some credit, right? They managed to find particularly those picks onto Julbu, particularly kind of some of the defensive plays to cross map and get stuff back. Lightside, despite their scoreline, are, I think, a lot better than the game win they have shown. Yeah, they're 1-3 now, but the win was against Lions Creed. They've thrown some good fights there in that game. They managed to get the Baron the first time around. Yes, the second one, little bit greedy, a little bit risky, a little bit desperate, and I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves for it. But I think they can still go away with a lot of positives from this game, despite the result.
Yeah, certainly hoping so. They've got a really good foothold, I feel like, in terms of what they want to accomplish as a roster. I think that there's a lot of returning pieces as well from the Division 2 squad, so they've got themselves a decent foundation to build up from, and we are still at the back end of week 2. We've got another 5 weeks of regular season to come, so it's not all doom and gloom for Lightside just yet. I think the fact that you can take down Lions Creed, then you've got yourselves a pretty good foundation to work from.
Well, in the first derby of Denmark versus Sweden, it is the Danes that come out on top, but we'll be breaking that game down after a quick break, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the breakdown and game 2.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
And somehow some people win predictions but lose them at the same time. That was for you, veteran.
Yeah, thanks, Middlecole, by the way, for this. Great. So because I'm correct, I lose. Brilliant. Fantastic. I love it. Brilliant. I love the system.
Judge
That's
it like
just your
you
fault,
made
though,
a
like-
prediction?
Should have voted
I mean-
Lightside.
So the problem that we are running into here, right, is that I
Yeah.
put 1 point on this, whereas Aragon put 5 points, which means that if I'd been wrong about Verdant winning, I would actually get a lead over him, assuming that because we've matched on all of the other ones, I get all those points correct. So as a result of that, I would actually be in the lead by losing. That's how it works now. All right? Have you got that? Good.
I'm going to say this out loud. I've been trying my best not to say it, but the way Middlecott, yeah, I'm blaming you. The way Middlecott brought in the idea means they will jump into playoffs. In the first place, we'll have like 9 points. After an entire split, you won't even be able to get 2 digits.
Guys,
Like, how
this is
that
a skill
prediction?
issue. This is a skill issue.
A
Everyone,
skill?
just be better at analyzing. That's our jobs.
But that doesn't work!
Madness!
I was right and I'm losing! That's true!
Meanwhile,
The thing is,
Aragon like,
you weren't right enough, veteran. This is due to your own lack of faith in the Verdant organization, okay? If you'd been
Milcons!
willing to slam down all 5 points, veteran, you would be
Then
chilling
I'd
right
be
now.
even, you idiot! I would be even because we both have 5! I can only win by voting less and having them lose!
So, to explain what Veteran is saying, he's looking at Middlecott like, how dare you judge me by my actions? How dare
No,
you?
he's wrong! No, if I put all 5, then I would not be able to get a lead today!
Do you know why this
Do you
is
get
stupid,
this?
veteran? Do you know why this is stupid? Because Aragon has put 1 point on natives to win, and you've put 5. So if natives win, it's completely evened up, okay? You are arguing, you are getting heated about
This means I'd
nothing,
be
my
in
guy.
the lead if I'm right on that!
Let's talk about the game, gentlemen. What happened? I want to understand better how NAR was so effective that it ruined Veteran's dreams and hopes of getting 10 points.
Doxy, one word, okay? So yes, there was some critical engages that did not go, swimmingly. We will say that. But realistically speaking, the big lane advantages came from him. The big map advantages came from him. The setup to get on these objective first did come from him. And the reason you didn't see that translate into more is because they were against the poke composition, so they couldn't just start the Baron and stare at them or whatever you would do in your gold games, right? But Doxy, when he was on, and he is the biggest reason that they were able to have a lead for most of it. And I am aware you guys have some certain engaged moments stuck in your head, but it's not all about that, okay?
I understand. Sometimes we miss the idea. It's complicated, and Doxy missed a few engages or even a few CC, but it allowed the team, as you were talking about throughout the entire game, he was allowing the team to step back in because it was not only Verdant picking up the game. Lightside were doing some effective work with that poke composition. Wasn't that right, Middlecott?
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst it is a loss to them, I think that I'm getting a lot more hope for this organization in terms of the way they are playing out things. I think the J swap into top lane, whilst Doxy was able to sort of do quite well in terms of that matchup, it's an interesting adaptation, and the Cassante mid is definitely something that we're going to have to look out for as well. But I think it was another decent performance coming out from Emp in the jungle. I think whilst the engages that he was being able to find weren't necessarily as dominant as they were against Lion's Creed, I think he was still staying on tempo. He was turning up to a lot of these objectives, and I think that Lightside have shown to us, kind of with these this week 2 in general, that this isn't necessarily a team that is going to be at the foot of the standings and could be a team with a lot of growth throughout the split that can reach playoffs.
So that means at the end of the day, we still get the Verdant win. We get some light from Lightside at the end as well. And who knows what's going to happen moving forward. I would like to point out that yes, we are running some issues right now, and production is doing their best to fix the transmission for you. But it's just like my gameplay. It takes a little while. It's complicated, but we gotta trust it. It takes a little while. Don't worry. The next game will be Rudy versus. Well, let me just make sure that I'm saying this correct. What?
Rudy.
It's Rudy versus
Rudy.
natives.
Really, really, really.
Ready? Man, I always miss that one. It's ready, right? It's ready. I'm always
Yeah,
going for the
I'm pretty
Rudy.
sure it's
up.
Rudy. I'm pretty sure it's Rudy.
It's Rudy?
Yeah, no, it is Rudy. It is Rudy.
I'm not British. I'm the only one.
It's
It's Ruddy up. It's Ruddy up, alright?
Ruddy
Like,
up.
shout outs to the Ruddy party that's happening right now. They do a viewing party every single week, actually.
Every
so
single
shout outs
day,
to those
yeah.
guys,
So
yes.
join it because we keep talking about that one. But Ruddy versus Natives, what can we expect from this one? This could be a bloodshed, and I think there's a lot of people voting for one and for the other. I want to know more.
I'm interested in mid, because Alex is basically what Selfie was when he made his debut into the EULCS all the way back in Season 4. He was a big Yasuo one-trick. He had that hyper-aggressive playstyle. He's calmed down over these. You know, he's got an oldie, he's got some Wazer, he's gotten the beard, he's got the Yoda cane, and he talks a lot about feeling things for the Force, right? But back in the day, my god, my man's was a beast in the lightsaber in episode 2, okay? And now he's against the guy who's in the prime of his really super fast prequel lightsaber battles in Alex. That guy bashes out the Yone, that guy bashes out the melees. He goes all in all the time. His aggression leads to significant advantages that you wouldn't otherwise expect because everyone has a plan until they get lightsabered in the face or something like that, you know?
It's valid.
Yeah, I think we took that metaphor for a walk, maybe a little bit longer than we necessarily needed to. But I think that the point really stands, and I think Ruddy, as a general play style, sort of building off from Alex, are very aggressive. And when that's into situations that are winning, it looks absolutely fantastic. But I think what we've seen from them is they can be a little bit risk blind at times. And I think that's ultimately what meant that they ended up taking that L against Lionscreed when they were in positions where they maybe could have got the win. Also, a few unforced errors coming out from Silky Smouth and Built at times. So I think this is a group of players, a roster that is very, very raw, but there is obvious skill there, where I look on the other side at Natives, and I think there is a little bit more polish there, right? We're talking about Selfie, obviously very veteran player, has been around for a while. Yaki, I think, is one of the better junglers that we've had in the NLC for quite a while. I'm really glad to have him back. I think he's super stable. Yeah, we've got those elements that are a little bit more chaotic. I'm thinking about Rusty Sniper and Smurfette coming through from the top lane. But if you're looking at a core, I think that Natives offer a bit more stability. And if Ruddy keep making these over-aggressive maneuvers, I think that's where Natives might be able to get the edge today.
So we're talking about a team, and we've heard Don Jake talking about this, the fact that they don't have a coach, and it actually hit them on the previous game. They could have done so much more. So on one side, we have people that are beginning their career and they're actually getting together without some guidance, which is quite important, and people often disregard that one. It's not a solo queue, it's a competitive environment. It's completely different. On the other side, they have the experience. So this could be a clash between learning and already have that knowledge. So the talent has to be raw enough to bypass that knowledge.
I mean, I do think that Natives are essentially playing against younger versions of themselves, right?
Yes.
And I do think that you'll probably get a lot of instances in the early game where the younger people do end up with a lead, because these guys are going for those skirmish-based compositions similar to Venom Crest. It's just all about individual bursts. It's all about winning the 2v2, 3v3. It's all about going all in on level 6 all the time. And Natives, they've been there, done that. They've had their time doing it. They're fully happy because they know once Tier 2s come into play, they're going to play the map better. They're going to play it like a trained group that has done this all before. That's the brick wall that Ruddy are going to hit at some point, and they have to smash their way past that wall, because right now, that's the only way that they know how to play. They only know how to be aggressive, how to go all in, and try to smash that wall.
I do want to add the caveat, though. Natives haven't been mistake-free, and I think that bot lane, particularly, of Rusty Sniper and Shami Katami, those are players that can be exploited. I think the first game of the split, there were multiple occasions where Rusty was getting caught out under his tower, not burning flash when he needed to, and we've seen some positioning errors out of the support as well, which has meant he's got caught, which has slowed down a lot of Natives games. It hasn't really led to too many losses. I think in terms of the map and obviously in terms of the game, this is a team that is 2-1, but there are angles there that can be exploited if we see Natty Nat going into the bot lane early and aggressively.
So we got a little bit of insight from both teams so far. We are on day 4, so we already know a little bit about them. What sort of champions can we expect from Ruddy to actually win versus a composition from Natives, and what can Natives do versus Roddy, in terms of champion select? Because we're about to jump into that one, so I
Yeah.
would like to know a little bit more.
My head is about getting a Kali, it's about getting Yone against a most likely probable Azir pick, right? If you can get Selfie onto these majors early on in the draft and then counter pick accordingly, I think that's the best way for Ruddy to do it. It's going to be all of these post-6 stuff. I think if natives want to do something in, I look at the pools that Ruddy like to do, and I start thinking, okay, ADTF mid now looks really viable and is in a really, really good spot right now. These kinds of juicy picks that I know players like Selfie actually can play. But I'm not sure what they're going to do. Obviously, if you can get comfort for Rusty Sniper, do that. He is going to be the soft spot on that team to break. He's the guy that's most likely to hesitate later on. But, you know, talking about hesitation, Rusty Sniper's never really felt like a thing that does go well together. I think there are going to be times where this guy, maybe he doesn't burn flash to live on bot there, but that's because he's looking to flash aggressively in a big objective team fight, because this guy is a Draven player through and through. So that it's not like it's just a completely calm natives team. If they can get something aggressive onto Rusty Sniper, maybe they can try to do something of that.
Middle, what can you tell me then?
Well,
If you agree 100%, yeah.
Well, no, well, as veteran says, usually I do. But I think also for Ruddy as well, we can look at these scaling bot lanes. I really like Silky Smith's Seraphine because it enables a lot of the bruisers that we do see coming out from the top side. And so I think we've almost got this dichotomy of Ruddy Esports where you've got this super ham top side led by Natty Nat and Alex coming through that want to be going aggressive, want to be diving all the time. And that can lead to interesting scenarios that maybe don't benefit you too much. But once you get into the mid game, once you get into the late game, a champion like Seraphine buffs up and enables those divers so incredibly well. So
yeah.
I think for Ruddy, it really is that sort of yin and yang. It's that calmness in the bottom lane, and that's aggression in the top side. If the aggression is too much, then they end up falling down. And if they stay too calm in the bottom lane, then I think they can be exploited. So I think this is a team, a roster that really needs to find balance of those two identities. And if they find that balance, they do have a chance against a much more experienced side.
So
The nice way to talk about Natty Nat, I think, is volatile. Because it's difficult to call it. I feel like he is definitely a very, very scrappy player, but a lot of those times aren't necessary. It's not necessarily even his intent to get into the weeds there. The guy that keeps benefiting from all of this is Alex. I do think that guy is just a hyper-aggressive player in general. I do agree with you. I think having some calmness in the bot lane would be great. If you can keep playing around topside, around that volatility, around those fights that are very likely to happen, and get your big capitalize on the mid lane there, that is definitely the Ruddy route to win.
But pointing out one specific lane, I really like to do this one, is what is your lane to watch? Because you keep preaching about him, and I'm part of the church by now. Alex is a beast. Nulo is Nulo. So is this the lane to watch in this matchup?
Yes. Nulu, aka Selfie, aka many different names actually that he has taken in the past. Corey shoutouts. That is the lane. Right, that is what the whole game's going to pivot around for both Ruddy and for natives in different ways. The other lanes are set up in ways to enable that midsection to function. Problem is, right, I think Jakey is not going to allow it to be the strict 1v1 because this guy does like to play the wide map. If you actually want a singular player that's definitely going to make a difference, it's likely to be Jakey. But the lane to watch is mid. Jakey, just calm down. It doesn't really exist today. You know, who cares? Let them have their lightsaber fight.
The lightsaber comes back in again. I love this analysis. Also, if you are the best at predicting anything, head on to Twitter and put in your predictions for the week. You might win a wireless mouse. We just got evidence that the first person who won it already has the mouse in her possession. I know the person, in fact. It's a long fan of the Northern League of Legends Championship. And the first thing production has said was, this could have been yours, Middlecott.
I don't know. Wait, I forgot to do them today! No! No!
So not only do you ruin our predictions with that weird game, but you also ruin yours.
Oh! No, I'm God damn it. Oh, no, this is genuinely ruined my evening. No. For those of you that don't know, I've been running off quite an interesting mouse for the last few years.
Please.
Looks
indulge
like
me.
that.
Wow.
Fun fact, Archeron, this is actually a unique mouse with unique technology because the left mouse button can actually be removed. And
Wow. That is the
rejoined
esports winter
for
right there, guys.
optimum-
That is the economy.
then, yeah, that is the mouse of an Udyr and Master Yi main. So, good stuff. And I really wanted a new one. So, unfortunately, that's going to be delayed for another week, which is great.
As we jump into Champion Select, I just want to say...
Oh, it's gone! Bait
I'm-
those picks, guys. Bait them. You have so many things you could play into it. Alright,
Oh,
they've
gosh.
removed the Azir, though. The Rengar is gone. You're never getting scrims against that thing. Fair enough on that. The Seraphim's gone, so Middlecourt's recommendation is out of here.
I mean,
is
this
gonna be an
should just be
interesting one.
Riven taken off the board as well, right, from natives. I think Rengar Riven have just been banned against Built and Natinat every single game. But if they do leave the Riven open, I think that is possibly a bait here because she isn't a champion
Yeah.
that traditionally succeeds in comp. But Built is literally the best Riven on the server.
Okay, I'll let the Alois fans argue that in the chat. But when it comes to... yeah, I do think that you should look to bait picks that you know are guaranteed by the enemy if you leave them open. Removing the Yone from Alex is a big one. That increases the viability of a lot of mage picks in mid lane. Leaving the Riven open does mean, okay, we have a plan for that. I do think if you can control the enemy onto certain picks, unless they're just auto-winning picks, then you should do that. So it does feel to me like they have a plan. I know who's about to tweet at the NLC about this now. Uncle Victor's presence is now known. Victor has been locked into natives, which means that, just to point this out to Middlecop, when both me and Aragon are wrong, Aragon is going to be wrong to a lesser extent, so I'm going to lose out again. So brilliant.
I don't think that's how it works, but I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna go through with you. Not gonna be going into the Riven here for Ruddy unless this is a Rumble Flex. Natinat gonna be having another game of the Jin Zhao. I'm hoping that he is a little bit more tempered in his aggression, but this has just been the premier jungle pick on 14.1b.
Heading on to the second phase of bans, I do enjoy the way natives are building up their composition. It seems like a massive team fight potential on the other side. It's the meta. You have whatever you want right now. But putting the Aatrox versus the Rumble, this is quite an interesting matchup. There's a one-trick pony of Aatrox that does a lot of content for YouTube, and he talks about this match often. And there's a way to play it, no doubt, but it's not the easiest one. Although Nautilus is going to be removed, so that focus is going for the support lane. Although I think both teams should be looking for that one, even though we don't have that jungler yet picked. It should be the Aatrox top unless we had some surprise coming in from natives. The J is to remove another one of those weird lanes, and more poke coming in with the Vados. So what else can Ruddy take out of this one?
I mean, Rumble is so good here into double low mobility that's being immediately locked in, right? The Xin Zhao does have issues going in, but playing back as part of an overall kite composition, I think is just insane for Ruddy here. That is, though, something difficult for rookies to be able to pull off. I'm interested to see the full mid response in towards a Victor. Everything that I would normally consider would be some kind of artillery mage, and that's not something you generally consider with Alex.
Yeah, and also not something you really want to play against Avai, right? The reason that she's picked is she just finds access onto you on the backline, kind of regardless of where you're standing. I am intrigued, though, that we are seeing another Vi here, because I haven't really been seeing too much of it from other comp leagues, although maybe I'm missing something. Still, got the potential of this Ashe being flexed down into the support role as well. I just want to mention that. Could very easily go into ADC. Rusty Sniper likes the champion. I think it is also just generally quite strong. We asked for something kind of crazy out from Alex, and I think the Aurelia fits into the exact same bill as the Akali and as the Yone.
This will be quite funny if the opening salvos don't work out, because I've watched Alex play Aurelia before. I watched him play it in Div 2 Italian League, and it ended up going quite hilarious after the first death, because he kept going and he kept going and he kept going and he kept going, and I really do respect it, and it eventually did work after 5 deaths. So this is a champion he has full confidence on. The Blitzcrank, though, you want to talk about something that abuses double low mobility. That is big. Ashe, Victor, very, very vulnerable into a Blitz pick. You only need to land that hook once, and it is game-changing. Just ask Alvaro, had a big performance of it on the LEC. Despite having a lot of deaths early, you land that hook at the critical time, and you win. Braum is actually a pretty good setup into that. Braum is not a guy you want to hook in at all. He is not a guy you can just insta-kill. So he could try to body block, but if that Blitz gets that one hook off in late game, suddenly, natives, they could have to ruddy up.
So, last thoughts before we jump into game. Middle court is on you.
So I really like the Braum specifically, not just into the Blitzcrank, but also into the Jhin, into the Irelia in the Rumble. You've got a lot of melee carries here who maybe the Rumble a little bit less, but can go forward and jump on top of your team and really cause a lot of damage. Braum passive is just absolutely insane against that, especially against Irelia. If you can disrupt her as she is diving forward, then she pretty much gets blown up. She's not particularly tanky, but she's got a lot of sustain, both in her kit and in the items she builds, so I think that's a potential vulnerability. I think, Ruddy, they've got a lot of aggressive tools here, like you were talking about, to punish the low mobility here on the side of natives, so
Yep.
I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards them, because I kind of just don't like Victor as a champion either.
5:30
yeah.
mid. That's the big timer that we're looking at, right? If Braum and Vi can be at 5:30 on mid lane and we can make sure that Irelia does not one-tap the Victor, then that could be good for natives, right? And then later on, if Ashe control is enough to sight out the Blitz, if they can all be careful and not allow the Blitz to get onto their carries, that is the next big step. But it's going to be a tense game all the way through until that point, and I need them to win, because if they lose, I drop 5 of my points, Aragon only drops 1 of his points, and that's a really bad situation. I need this win.
So let's see who's going to be able to revive their will to fight for the mountain out of these two teams. Whoever loses, don't worry, you can ask for advice from middle court because in the Necromancer, the way he's treating his mouse. Let's toss it to the casters while waiting to jump into Summoner's Rift.
Not happy, Archeron. I'm not happy. There's two main things. One is actually we've just been revealed that middle court is in fact a Dark Sorcerer and is keeping his mouse alive way beyond its natural lifespan, and just let it die, man. Just let it die. Stop using the zombie mouse. 2, Natty Nat, look at me. You can't go hovering Eve like that and then disappointing me. Look, don't do that to me. I'm gonna get very angry. Look, I've even got...
Is that Evelyn Art?
Post it.
Wow. Okay.
It is. It was a Christmas present I got. It was a display I got for Christmas. It's unfortunately black because I forgot I had that setting on my camera. But you kind of got the vague idea. It's blurred out like my tears are internally right now, and I'm just angry. You know, in fact, I'm more than that. I'm just disappointed. I expected more from Ruddy. I think that would have been just really fun to have that in there, and instead I just have to sit here and imagine what could have been, Rude Dudes.
Yeah.
Imagine what could have been.
We could have had just a useless jungler in for Ruddy, and now we have the best jungler on the patch. So
You might have a point.
Ruddy, you need to hire a coach. You need to hire a coach,
exactly.
guys.
You could have.
Can't keep getting draft stats like this. Not picking Evelyn instead of picking Zins out.
Shocking. You have a
Concern
point.
and
I hate
disapproval
that.
on our side. So
I hate that.
Take that on board. Free coaching from the analyst desk or from the caster desk. You're welcome. I do want to quickly touch on the Ruddy composition because there is a lot to like about it. This is definitely a little bit more solo queue, a little bit more expressive in terms of your skill level with champions like Irelia, like Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank, if you hook the wrong champion, you lose the game. If you hook the right champion, you win the game. So double-edged sword in that facet. And Irelia as well. You can win mid lane at level 2. You can also lose mid lane at level 2. So we shall see.
I mean, it's a lot of very volatile matchups, right? You know, Irelia, notoriously volatile. You've got the Xin Zhao wants to go in, is not necessarily volatile, but certainly very aggro. And that helps what you're going on. You look at the top lane, kind of volatile. You look at the bot lane, you've drafted the Blitzcrank, volatile. And it basically means that if Ruddy managed to find that one lane, that one chink in the armor to start the snowball rolling, they can start turning that into an avalanche very, very quickly indeed. And on the other side, we're going to have to see a little bit more ability to hold the line. That Braum pick, I think, as the desk was saying, very sensible. Very much in line of trying to defend against what could be some very scary early aggression. Already a level 1 starting Alex. Dear. I think sure it's a half-life. I think it's just no life. Dead to rights for first blood going over towards Jakey's vibe.
I honestly, now, this is nitpicky. There's a world where you can give that over to one of the carries. Now, Yakey, of course, is going to get to go back to base, have himself a longsword, potentially an extra potion as well. The good thing from Alex there, I will say, they didn't burn Flash, right? Recognize as soon as I've got hit by Braum's Q, I am dead.
It's over.
And there's no way of avoiding that. But Edvard now maybe in a little bit of trouble also. Fortunately, it's Nulu leading the charge, so level 1 Victor, not necessarily the most threatening of champions, let's say.
Well, already the Vi's gone back and picked up an early longsword, feeling very pleased about that indeed. At least in terms of the lane matchup, it's not going to change too much as it stands. Alex, currently, I went looking up his stats. He's 3-1 all time on the Aurelia. Just below here is Zed, which is 4-1. But very comfortable on both of the champions. Obviously, very aggressive. A lot of play on the likes of Syndra as well. So, certainly, I'm sure, having played enough of this champion, there's been in a few situations where things haven't always gone right at the level 1.
No, I mean, Veteran was speaking about a certain Division 2 PG Nats
Indeed.
game where we had potentially 5 deaths on the Aurelia prior to finding 1 kill.
Hey,
That is
casual.
gonna happen. It's gonna happen occasionally when you pick the Aurelia champion, but I am quite excited for this matchup, not just for the players, but for the organizations really as a whole, initialize.
Exactly that. And we were sort of talking about this in the break. Actually, like, natives are reigning champs for this for this league. They are a long-standing, well-respected, and often quite dominant org that have been around for a little while. On the other side, Roddy are the upstarts. Not just the upstarts, they're kind of the bolshy, content-creating, identity, iconoclastic in a lot of ways, organization to join the league and try and do something a bit differently. And it means we've got a clash not only of very young players versus incredibly veteran players, but also just quite different styles of organization in the first place.
And with that as well, we have to hold this point because Natty Nat is looking topside. Smurfy is not level 3 yet.
Speaking of early aggression and being a little bit bolshy, an early dive, and Smurfy flashes early, and will unfortunately realise that's not going to keep him alive, and Ignite secures first blood, and that should get out of tower any more chaos can occur.
That is a very well executed dive on the top side. Natty Nat, what you'll see there is he prepped his Q3 before he actually took aggro. So Smurfy, no matter what, flash, dash, doesn't matter what you're going to try and put through. The first instance of damage is CC. Really well played, and then as soon as that happens, Bill layers the Ignite, starts pulling out the full combo. As Nulu.
Flash gets it! It's over! And now, of course, Shawi Kotami tries to come towards the mid lane, but I just don't think it's going to matter that much. Yeah, you get the kill back, but you burn the Ignite, you burn the Flash, and it's only a 1-for-1. The damage done.
I will say, though, that's a good wave state for Nulu. It's going to be a massive minion wave that he's going to be able to collect, and that's probably a whole wave that Alex loses underneath the Victor's turret. TP's in so he can try and reset. This is actually a world for Shawi Katami to stick around, for Yaiki as well to stay there, try and force this Aurelia to be in a bit of trouble, but that wave, it does crash under the turret, so we're sort of crisis averted for Alex in the mid lane. Still think the XP advantage for Nulu is going to be fairly impactful, though, for the remainder of this laning phase. Small part of the early game that we need to take note of are our junglers, right? Obviously, Natty Nat went up to that top side and found a gank in the top lane, went back to the D-Blade, but Yaiki picked up the entire bot side of this Xin Zhao. He's now level 4, working his way very closely toward level 5, and has got more than double the amount of camps that Natty Nat has. So he's,
The opportunity cost is high. Yeah.
It is, exactly.
And Natty Nat is going to throw a ward over there, maybe come to steal some Krugs and get some stuff back, of course. Vi is just entering the jungle, so I think Natty Nat's going to want to smite this one nice and early, so they're not having to deal with what will amount to a bit of an engage. We'll now know where the Vi is on the Raptors, and that will give a little bit more knowledge on how long they have to go before trouble arrives. But Natty Nat gets in. Maybe actually look to get on top of Smurfy, who is overextended a little bit here. Built still has got the flash. In goes Natty Nat. Flash on forward for the Electro Harpoon. Won't get as much as they were hoping for, and Built flash for that one as well. So Smurfy kind of getting quite a lot out of there as Yaiki comes on over. 3 talent strike lands, and actually they're going to try and play this one out. Just get so much damage. They've gone way too deep. Yaiki burns on down, and it's just too far.
Yeah, there's just a massive wave there for natives, so Ruddy fighting into that. Definitely going to struggle.
Oh gosh. Built, no flash. Goes around the Scap Shield, trying to get under the tower, and we'll get out to safety for now. Electro Harpoon comes down, but remember, no flash and no teleport critically. He's got the Ignite, so if he leaves, that's just so much lost. I think the problem is, if he stays, what happens? Natty Nat respawned on his way back out. It's now level 6 for Smurfy, who will bring in the World Ender, lands those Infernal Chains, trying to get some burn back, gets the reset. Yaiki will run afoul of Natty Nat, but it's still going to be a 1v2. I don't think you can take this. It's an absolute disaster. The side of Ruddy is in the mid lane. Nulu gets a solo kill. An audacious charge towards the walls, but they're not giving up quite yet. Finally leave the Xin Zhao alone in the center skull of Demacia. Gets away for now, but it is not looking good on the top side as bot lane is exactly the same scenario. Shui Kitami
maybe
gets
not.
pulled back in, and it is just 5 already who Silksmath gets a hold of that one. Rusty Sniper now in danger. Aware of a potential knock-up from the Blitzcrank, but can't quite get in range and doesn't want to the flash. Get that one back, but it is a lot of chaos very early on here, largely favouring natives.
Yeah, very slim silver lining on the bot side for Ruddy, but natives coming away massively on that top side. The level lead for Yaki, obviously by nature of those few camps that he was able to take away from that dive. Plus Smurfy playing that top wave very efficiently as well. Knew as soon as that wave had begun to crash, he had to back away. Baited 99 just a bit too far forward. Built flashes ultimately for nothing. Ends up going down as well, losing a big wave onto his turret. A lot of good things for natives. The gold lead may only be 1,000, but I think that the important part of these solo lanes specifically is the experience. You can see currently level 6 to level 6, but that mid lane as well is very important because Nulu found a solo kill in the mid lane after having been solo killed by Alex. Again, by nature of that experience
Ain't done.
lead.
Yaki back towards topside. Junglers have spent a lot of the game up here. Built gonna try and play this one up best they can, but just knows he's dead to rights. Gives that one over in the mid lane. Alex in a 1v2 as Shoei Kitami gets over here before anyone else can respond. And this Braum has been out roaming the Blitzcrank and making this mid lane matchup way more unbalanced than it could have been. 4th death for Alex. 1 and 4 now and looking a little bit dicey.
Only one more before he hits the fabled Alex Aurelia power spike, so keep going, buddy. We'll get there soon.
That's a silver lining.
It is indeed, but the silver lining really for natives, I mean, far from, they've got so much to boast about right now, is Nulu not only very far ahead.
No! There's a level 6 available. Natty Knight can go absolutely nowhere. I think he's renamed to Nighty Knight because he is being put into the long, long sleep of death. The equalizer comes on down. Out comes the cease and the desist, and it will leave the Rumble deceased, but not before Alex comes on over. And might start turning this one around. Could begin to throw some more. He's got the passive still fully stacked. We'll get more. Nulu does go down. Now they can go over the wall. Another option for the Q on forward. Blade surging his way to a couple kills back. It actually ends up being a 2 for 2 as Alex comes on over, and despite being 1 and 4, is cracking his neck and picking up some gold.
And almost has that Blade of the Ruin King finished as well on reset from this wave. Could be able to pick that one up, and then that snowballs the mid lane matchup right back into his favor as well. First completed item for the Aurelia going to be very impactful. Now Nulu, I do want to touch on this quickly, has got 6 takedowns already early on. Now for Victor, those are very important because upgrading your Hex Core is so important, and one thing that Victor early game really struggles with is a wave clear. We've just seen that case in point. Very, very easy for him now that he's got the E upgrade. But also, if he works towards getting those slowing abilities, that's when you got the perfect Hex Core. Usually you need, 200 CS plus in a slow game. But with 6 takedowns, that's 150 stacks already picked up. Basically, for just participating in the game.
And I love that we have seen out of this mid lane kind of exactly what we were kind of hoping for. It feels archetypal in some ways. Alex, rookie, aggressive, bloodthirsty, Aurelia, Yone style player. Gets some amazing plays, then also goes a little deep, perhaps not aware of where perhaps the Braum is a couple times in a row. We're also seeing Nulu, veteran player, coming in on the... Exactly that. Ash Arrow comes on through, and story time has to wait for a moment. But this time Edward's here, gets the haul back, and that might mean a very dead Braum. Throwing up the Chaos Storm, trying to get something. Alex on a killing spree. Now even in kills and deaths, trying to play this out best they can. Doing so much damage, the wind becomes lightning, goes a little wild, and the gravity field comes on down. Built has roamed to try and support any more action, but it's not going to amount to too much, and they do get the kill. They get to pull away, and despite the Ash Arrow landing, it's Ruddy that come away on top there.
Yeah, it's a good idea from Rusty Sniper. Nulu probably has lethal on the Aurelia, but as soon as there's a Xin Zhao, as soon as there's a Blitzcrank there, Nulu again respectfully has to back away. Gets himself out. Stun lands.
Oh, it's a 1v2, but not for long as Natty Nat is there, and Alex is swift enough with the Blade Surge to get away to safety.
There's something so satisfying about watching these Aurelia, any Aurelia player, just knowing exactly what their limits are. Went in, dipped back out, knew he had the wave there, just able to dance on that fine line, making sure Shoei Kitami's time just a little bit wasted. We haven't really seen too much action down from this bot side, and you can see that in the build path as well. Hold on.
That's action! That's a death!
Well, you know
That's one of those actions you can ask for!
Yeah. All right. Cheers. Edvard, here's me, goes, hold on. Rude. I got you, buddy. Pulls out Rusty Sniper, and again, this is one of those instances where we're seeing Rusty die with flashing lane. Unfortunately, you have to flash those hooks, and now Nulu, caught on the wrong side of that wall, in fact, has a support here because he doesn't have a place to be bot lane.
Exactly that, and Edward being outroamed a little bit by Shoei Kitami early, was in mid lane, so much was the Braum, and suddenly lands a couple very key hooks and gets some very key kills over onto the members we're looking for. Alex taking a bit low with that Blade of the Ruin King, should be okay to stay in lane. Nice use of the Death Ray there to zone off Alex away from that minion, which I'm sure he would have loved to execute and claim the additional CS. Has been bleeding a little bit of that. Nulu doing a good job of denying some of that flash!
Oh my gosh.
He just doesn't miss! Now trying to get the final kill, does get it. Alex tries to heal the way to safety and can't quite make it work. It will be the 1-for-1. But Edward just does it in style.
I know, this is a very strong Blitzcrank performance. I think overall, that's actually still worth it for Natives, unfortunately, because they got a plate. They also got a shutdown. Alex had 600 gold on his head. That went the way of Nulu, who's, as you mentioned initially, has been farming very well. He's actually finished off that first item already, working his way quite handily toward a second as well. When you've got that needlessly large rod, you're feeling very good on a recall as a mage in the mid lane, so this victory is going to be the target.
Oh, Bill, cease and desist. We'll throw down an equalizer, but I don't think there's that much to equalize, but does actually dissuade the dive now. The flash has to be burned alongside the ultimate and will be zoned away from anything resembling this wave, and I don't think any support's coming anytime soon, so Bill just has to sit here and feel quite sad about his options.
Yeah, it's a top lane island moment, but the enemy team kind of bought a rock-fired pirate ship as well. And it wasn't too great.
Right, reminder though, because Vi showed top, it means Natty Knight can come on in and force Rusty Sniper and Shoei Kitami away from their own bot lane tier 1. So that will even up the plates difference at the very least. And Silksmith, remember, has actually been doing pretty okay in this lane, getting himself a solid lead as, yeah, I think R might be a good one. I think it's more like the scream of pain, but I'm not going to quite go for the voice acting there, so we'll get the notes after the cast, mate. But it's a dead rumble.
It is, and that's a 2-level advantage as well for Smurfette on that top side. This the couple ganks that we've seen from Yaki, just that one there is really snowballing itself now. Yeah, and despite the fact that Natty Nat, went top lane, dove Smurfette level 2, TP is one hell of a pill. He just caught the majority of the wave anyway and didn't really feel too many repercussions from it.
No, exactly that, and we said these lanes were going to be volatile. The gold is still even. There's still very much a lot for Ruddy to play for, but topside has kind of gone wrong, Smurf, because they didn't leave particularly sharpish. Now about to be in a 1v2, and Alex is not a man to be trifled with. Flawless duet goes wide, as does the Vanguard's edge, and that means a solid flash gets them out of danger. Knock up onto Lulu, hooked on the tower, and Edward just being an absolute menace.
Solo killed him!
In a 1v2! What's going on topside? As Natty Nat goes down, I don't know what's happening anymore.
Okay, so in the game versus Lions Creed, Ruddy looked incredible. They just weren't quite able to finish the job. The first game of the day, the first game versus Verdant as well, they were behind in week 1. They just don't go quietly, wherever they go, and now Silky Smath's in trouble.
Exactly that. Silksmith going to get something down here, but the shield comes on up! Alex teleports in and makes sure it is a death that comes deeply. On the other side, Braum gets a kill, and that makes it a little bit of something. It is a 1-for-1 right now. Back away we go. This game has been an absolute bloodbath. Nowhere has been free of the chaos! Nearly steals away that blue buff. Edford landing that hook over. We go towards Alex, who will take a bit of a rough trade there from Yaki. Throws down awards afterwards, and I think finally we might have a moment to breathe. The gold's 500 different, the kills are 2 different. That's about it.
You say that, there is a Drake on the board, so there's that glance, that opportunity for really a fight to happen at any time. And when you've got a Blitzcrank, when you've got Ruddy, honestly, on your screen, you know that there's a fight to happen pretty much at any moment. Now Natty Nat not necessarily spotted, but it's going to be now.
Oh, I don't hear no bell. We're into round 15. It feels like Natty Nat burning down on top of the equalizer, but running away for now, staying alive. Flash forward from Nulu, and the Siphon Power secures it. All the while on the side, Smurfette goes down to Bill, who will flame roast the Ender of Worlds. Rusty Sniper now turning up, though, could prove a real problem. 3-for-1 right now in favor of Natives. Yaki will throw out a Vault Breaker and crack open the can that is Built's mech.
Really exciting performance from Natives this game. They've been able to absorb all of those engagements that Ruddy put down. The one in the bot side here is going to claim them a dragon, claim them a tier 1 turret, and the mid lane also going to go their way. Natives, that feels like it could have been a straw that has just broken the camel's back. He mentioned that there wasn't particularly a gold lead, nothing particularly swinging the tides either way. Natives now have got a decisive advantage.
They do, and look where it is. It's in the mid, it's in the jungle, it's in the top. Some of the more volatile matches you've got Rumble, Xin Zhao, and of course the Aurelia, who are now feeling a little bit under the pinch. I think Alex, in fairness to him, has managed to come back into the game after the slightly awkward start. Great roams from Shawi Kitami, and 1v1 going a little awry, but now this Victor, 7-4-5, bounty on his head. You're looking in the jungle, 5-1-6, bounty on the head. Yaki and Nulu ready and willing to carry this game towards its completion.
And in fairness as well to Edvard, I think there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. So far, this game has been able to temper those expectations appropriately, has looked genuinely very impressive in terms of an MVP. Definitely our content MVP for Ruddy this game, providing solo kills on the mid lane. He's going to need to pull Nulu a couple extra times this game before this game is signed and sealed. And honestly, with the Blitzcrank, there's every world where that happens.
Oh, the jungle is dark and full of enemy laners. Shawi Kitami about to get jumped on, will try and dunk away, but there's just nothing to stand behind for Braum. He melts down. Built gets a hold of that one. Chains of Corruption land onto Yaki, but they won't get anything more quite yet. Instead, with the member down, they'll start up towards his Heralds. And 1 or 2 key ultimates, but actually, look towards this in the mid lane. Alex gets a kill onto Rusty Sniper. In comes a cease and desist, but that just brings another kill to the table. Bill gets that one, and suddenly the Rumble's back in the game.
They will never go quietly, Ruddy, no matter the game, no matter the circumstances. Every instance they find, if there's an opportunity to capitalize, they will take it. Yaki and Shawi Kitami overextend as a 2-man in the topside jungle. 4 people of Ruddy go into collapse. Rusty Sniper steps upon a mid-wave with no support. Dead as well. Alex and Built combine to make that happen. They're able to take down Yaki as an extra 2-piece. Now, all of a sudden, all those advantages that Natives had taken starting to slip away. The only real tangible asset they've got at the minute are those 2 Drakes. And we've got an Infernal Rift on the board, so it's not something that we can snuff at.
The Summer Champs, one of the greatest orgs to ever touch the NLC, up against the bolshiest for sure. The most exciting, perhaps. And certainly one that is bringing some entertainment to the Rift today. It's not the most elegant, it's an inner city pub brawl, but my god, is it fun stuff. Get your popcorn, start cheering, and find yourself an Emperor to throw a thumbs up or a thumbs down, because we'll be getting executions one way or another. Dragon in 2 minutes, perhaps a moment to breathe. Murphy and Nulu together, both solo laners, going into Alex, who's got a Hex plate now, wants those ultimates up time and time again. You can't blame him.
No, the attack speed going to be very useful. I think the movement speed as well for the Aurelia this game might be a fairly undersold statistic that is going to have a lot of value for Alex. I'm looking really at how these compositions are going to function as well, because there's basically 9 melee champions. You know what? We'll say 8. Ashe needs to auto-attack. Varus doesn't really want to. But everybody else is going to get in the weeds down and dirty. Nulu, of course, battle mage, fairly mid-range in terms of how mages go. So the opportunity for outplay, the opportunity for style to come through is just rife. It's so abundant in these 2 teams. And when you've got situations like that, champions like Rumble and like Braum as well, both can have their own really exceptional sort of moments to capitalize. Looking now in the mid lane as Ruddy, looking for this tier 1 turret, but Charge isn't going to make it happen.
Deal.
The rest of it looks like it's going to finish off the turret. Drake spawning in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh,
is he going again? No, he's going
Go
back.
away.
Okay, this is the ooh, good cornering. Continues to drive his way down towards the bot lane and try and find themselves another shove somewhere else. Natty Nat drifts his way down towards the bot side. Take that one, Vin Diesel.
It's the only place he could have recalled safely for this Drake, so really excellent
Of course, yeah.
Excellent stuff from Natty Nat. I actually like this build path adaptation as well. We've seen Natty Nat have a few questionable audacious charges, certainly cost his life a couple of times, and with that we're seeing a slight adaptation into... I will be a little bit tankier so that I can buy my team a little bit more time in the front line. Also a recognition that he has a lot of damage on his team as well. It's not like he's paired up with a tank top laner, so they're running a dual threat comp. It is 3 threats in each of the carry roles, and the Xin Zhao adding just a little bit of bonus to that as well.
Yeah, and I think also considering he's not the one that snowballed, he's also the one that is often being punished by a lot of zone control from the side of Natives when he does go in between the gravity fields and the Ash and the Bromar. I mean, it's feeling like a JRPG with all the elemental hazards between electric gravity fields and ice fissures from Brom and fire coming out of the sky courtesy of Built. It's definitely a difficult fight to navigate. It's Built. Flashes away. Chains go wide, and that's a couple key moments there. Flash forward for Shoei Katami, gets a slow on Edward, and the Blitzcrank might be dead to rights. Frozen and concussively blown up. Nulu on a rampage. Deathcap, Ludens, and a Seeker's arm guard. This Victor is certainly throwing out the damage numbers.
Yeah, that stasis is going to be really important as well. Now, Equalizer is still available, but Ruddy... It's going to be tricky.
No, Natty Nats! He's got it right. He's got it again. Throws out an ultimate to no avail, and Nulu unstoppable indeed.
And now that's Baron as well. They take it 21 minutes into the game with the jungler down, Ash ready with a Kraken Slayer, and this Victor pumping DPS left, right, and center. It's going to be tricky. They've still got to fight versus Equalizer. Vanguard's edges are going to be available as well in that chain of corruption, whittling its way down very quickly. I think Natives are going to struggle here if they can allow Ruddy access.
It's been a game of opportunities and opportunistic picks. You were talking about it felt like Natives have been drawn into the chaos. Well, they stabilize, they get a dragon, they begin to take the jungle and look towards this Baron. Equalizer does a lot, and Nulu throws down a Chaos Storm, and because of this, people, Vanguard's edge to the back, Kastar, Alex allowing to run rampant across people, just as the amount of Smurf there, begins to dash on forward to the Darkin Blades, execute everyone, Built dead, Alex dead, Edward dead again, Silky's Mouth trying to run away, but the wings are flared wide, and that is an Angel of Death, alright, wait, Natty Knight here, throws down the 3 Talon Strike, trying to buy something, and it is 99 once more. Down for the count. Rusty Sniper, Ghost running, trying to get one more. The volley will not land, but Silky's Mouth, the one lone survivor, 160 odd HP, is all that remains of Ruddy's health bars.
And Natives stood and fought. They got the Baron. Nulu took pride and centered up to defend that Baron. Stasis in the middle of Ruddy, and yes, he gave his life, but his team got the Baron. They took 4 members back, and off the back of the damage that the Victor was able to pump out in the start, Ruddy didn't have a way of taking that fight. Equalizer didn't make its way into the pit, was kind of off to the side, not quite the angle that they'd have wanted it for the optimum team fight, and despite the 3-man's Vanguard's edge, really good CC from Yaki, caught Alex out, meant that Aurelia did nothing in that team fight either, and Natives are now prepped to finish this game off.
He's got an NLR, and I suspect he may well have a Zhonya's on his back. This Victor is a monster. No Void Staff, no defensive options until just now. It is just damage, and it has been unrepentant this game. Alex has been trying. Built come back into it, and it's certainly not like Ruddy have gone down quietly into the night. My God, it's what? 40 kills in 24 minutes. It has been excellent fun. But Nulu is just now another kind of level. And I'll tell you what, the level, it's 99, and the damage is over it as well.
Yep, that's just getting one-rounded. Unfortunately, AD carry moments. You miss the chain of corruption, and all of a sudden you
Double
do
lift
get
somewhere.
punished.
Haunted.
Well, Double Lift wouldn't have flashed it. Silky Smith didn't have the opportunity to. That's the slight difference. But Natives already making headway into this bot side. They've got a numbers advantage. They've got a Baron buff helping them out. Tier 3, it's a formality.
They've been here a bit longer, and they say, Ruddy, welcome. You came here last year, but we are native to this one, and we are ready to show exactly why we were the champions last year. We've lost a few of our players, but we are ready to rebuild. As Alex throws down a Vanguard's edge, but I just don't think there's enough. He's a 1v2, and he's just got nothing left in the tanks. Murphy on a rampage.
And at this stage as well, just not quite enough damage on the Aurelia either. Working now, Sterax has been finished. We're sort of opting into that hybrid of being able to survive in the front line, and if you get a 1v1 with Rusty Sniper, absolutely, you know, you're going to come out on top of that one, but the opportunities where that is going to happen are so few and far between. Natives have actually worked so well together as a unit this game, whether it's Nulu holding people away from a Baron, whether it's Shoei Katami trying to escort whoever it needs be on mid waves. Natives so far have been, through this mid and late game, very cohesive. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds,
it's only 25 minutes. It's not even that late.
No, that's true. But I think there's something about League of Legends, at least in season, I'd say 11 onwards. Late game has come a lot earlier with almost every season, right? That like we've already had a Baron, we've got the base broken open on the bot side. End game objectives like Soul are starting to be talked about.
But I mean, like post 20 minutes, these buffs are now, you know, team-wide. I mean, the other thing you got to note is this is a game that's been so hyper-accelerated by just the amount of gold in it. Because people have died so much, there's just way much more gold on the table. It's paid in blood, sure, but it's certainly there and it's been spent. It's 3 items pretty much across the board where it matters, 2.5 where it doesn't in some ways. And perhaps on the other side, we've got 30 seconds and a last gasp for Ruddy, who we've counted that perhaps once or twice in this game where they've come back and thrown a sucker punch that's caught Natives by surprise, certainly caught me by surprise. The Rumble, the Aurelia both come back into a game where it felt like they'd had some awkward moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I could have quite easily counted Ruddy out of this game at least 3 times already, and then they just find a fight and manage to get themselves back into it. So one thing that you just have to know is you can never really count them out, and especially when there's a Blitzcrank on your screen, there's always that opportunity that you find one Miracle God Hand, all of a sudden the fight gets turned around. Native's position going to need to be very important.
Eyes on the artist formerly known as Selfie and now known as Nulu, and Nulu is hooked! He's hooked! A curse from me, I'm sorry! He's been cast a curse, he throws out a cast a storm! And it just doesn't matter! He stays alive! The storm turns into a hurricane, and it's a category 5 disaster for Ruddy, who fall to the swords and blades and storms! The Natives have to bear a triple kill to none other than Braum, who puts them all on ice! They're deep frozen, ice in the veins, and glory in their hearts. Natives come forward and they will be claiming the victory here today.
2 super minions at their back, 3 carries as well. Built, goodbye, buddy.
It was an absolute barnstormer, and by that I mean it really was inclement weather from minute 1.
It might not be
18 to
over.
31, 27 minutes, and somehow it's still not over.
Yeah, Built
It should have been over. They were looking for it. They got a Nexus turret. And I'll have to bite back my ending words because Ruddy once again just won't stay down. It's a last
did
round,
enough.
but they don't hit no Bill.
Underneath those Nexus turrets to bait Natives in. They spent enough time hitting him so they couldn't hit those Nexus turrets. Now, Soul should be secured by Natives here. They thought they could end the game, so they didn't go for it the first time round. Ruddy!
Wait. No, it's not over. Natty Nat in a 1v4. He's down there teleporting in. It's just about to be 1 by 1. More for the chopping block, more for the morgue. The cemetery's never been fuller. Alex, though, maybe you had to put one on the other side of that equation. Trying desperately to kill Yankee, but they just can't get enough damage down. The Aurelia's time of power is long since over. Aatrox begins to swing his very large sword again and again. And Silky Smath is dead for the count.
Now
so
this time
is the last remaining members built down. This time you're right. This time it's over.
Natives fought valiantly and came out victorious. 10k gold lead. Didn't even need the soul in the end initialize, and despite an absolute bar-knuckle brawl, they come away with the victory.
Feeling more and more like a Warhammer cosplay. Blood for the Blood God. Absolutely everywhere. I have not seen a game that bloody, that chaotic in the NLC in a very, very long time.
54 kills we totaled out at the end there. So, not a bad effort for a sub 30-minute game. Kudos, golf claps to both teams for making that one possible. And, you know, again, golf claps to Natives because they had almost control 3 or 4 times, but kept on getting sucker punched. Despite that, they were able to always reset themselves and always look at the next objective. They kept themselves a cool head. Okay, how are we going to look to take this Baron? Right, Nulu, you've got to hold, you're the one that's holding point, does exactly that. How are we going to set up around this Drake? Well, even if I get Blitzcrank hooked, I've got Stasis, we've got Braum, Aatrox Vi can fly over the wall, and we've got enough to help us out. They'd always got the contingency plans in place, and it felt like it didn't matter what Ruddy threw at them as we got later on, they had an answer ready.
Yeah, and the early game was exciting. It was pure Ruddy, certainly pure this team. But it wasn't quite enough. They moved to 1 and 3, another frustrating loss, even if it was a valiantly lost one. On the other side, Natives, now 3 and 1, now tying first place, continuing to prove that they are a force to be reckoned with, looking deeper and deeper into the split. We're going to cut to a break. I need to get a glass of water for obvious reasons, guys. We'll be back with the analysis for that game and Game 3 in short order. Well,
Not a bad game.
We make the
I enjoyed that.
mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. and we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
It is with another W, stepping up and helping Veteran at the end of the day, but this was one of the bloodiest matches we've ever seen in this split. I know it's only been 4 days, but still, that was a lot of kills for a little time. We need to talk about what happened and understand why was it so bloody.
I told you, right?
Okay.
When Alex goes in, even if it don't go well, he's doing it again, man. We're running it back, boys. We're going straight through them. There's no other way but forward. I love it when he plays like Relly. He does this every single time. I hope it's not the last time we see it from him. And this is the characteristic aggression we like of him. He did get some banger kills. He also did get solo killed off screen at one point because, you know, it's just like, was that expected at that point, right? So, the Blitzcrank as well did stall out the game for ages. Partly because Nulu, hashtag not my selfie, was just like straight feeding into him at some point in mid lane twice. But these things, they do happen. You could see the amount of pressure the picks on Ruddy could exert at any point in the game. If you are overstepped, if you are out of position, it is over for you against these burst champs, against these displacement champs, and I'm really glad that Ruddy keep playing with the confidence as if this game isn't 30 kills at 8 minutes, and, you know, they aren't behind in goal or 1 and 5 or anything, you know?
But I think it is a credit to natives that they were actually able to go toe-to-toe with Ruddy in that aggressive style. I think quite often what we can see is that when teams go up against someone that is hyper-aggressive, you end up just falling back and not actually taking fights where you might actually end up winning. But also, natives, they did actually win this game. And you did feel like there was a little bit more finesse in the way they played once we reached the mid-game. And of course, Veteran's very happy about that because it means he gets all 5 of his prediction points. But I think, fundamentally, this sort of comes back to what we were talking about before the game, right? We've got Ruddy, who are almost the younger version of natives. And it turns out that that little bit more experience on the native side proved crucial in getting the win.
That's quite important because now Ruddy is looking at 2 defeats in a row, and obviously they had the beautiful start, the start that they wanted. Natives is stepping back in, and the MVP of this match will go to Yaki, the jungler. And why is it that he got the MVP?
Because he was by far the most consistent player in an incredibly chaotic game that defies all laws of consistency. Alright, this guy was where he needed to be at many critical points. One could argue there was only one scenario in mid where he wasn't, but that's because he did a fully extended play on top side, engaging and re-engaging and re-engaging, even in circumstances where you could see visibly his teammates didn't necessarily think it was viable. But every time Jakey knew it was viable, it really was. And this even extended to the team fights later on in the game. This guy was in the back line, chasing down the people he knew he could chase down. He was dodging every skill shot that he could. Brilliant performance by him on literally every metric. That's my jungler. That is the hero of Shekia right there. Hopefully the start of many brilliant performances from him.
I really enjoyed the fact that he also gave extreme helping hand to the top side, allowing the Aatrox to be free from the Rumble lane, which is so concerning. So even though it was quite bloody, there were a lot of points coming in for natives. Already though, again, do you feel that situation of we have no coach is actually stopping them from achieving what they could?
It's difficult because I think that this early on into a split, the actual impact that a coach would be able to have with this roster, it's quite variable, right? And with the added fact that a lot of these players, well, basically the entire roster, is very, very new to competitive. I think there is a general risk blindness, though, on some of the players on Ruddy. I am looking towards Natinat, kind of when I'm saying that, going in bad position, standing in kind of the wrong place a lot of the times, and I think it is very telling that all across the board, basically, yes, the natives players generally had a few more kills, but the biggest difference in this game was in the jungle. You had Yaki, MVP performance like 6-3 and 17 or something ridiculous, and then Natinat coming out 1 and 8. Is the lot of a Xin Zhao, unfortunately, in games like this that are so high kill, and when you do fall behind, you kind of go in and don't do anything else. But I think this is something that Ruddy need to be aware of, tempering this guy's aggression, making sure that he is actually playing in the right place at times. And yeah, that is something that a coach can help with.
I think that whereas a coach can help with those things, a lot of the time when it comes to players like Alex, even like Natinat, but especially I'm thinking about top lane here, you don't want to stymie their comfort that they clearly have right now. Like, these guys are clearly very comfortable playing their game on the Rift, and you don't want them to be second guessing that. And it can be a big habit for a lot of coaches when taking control of a team to cause people to second guess those levels of aggression. I think right now you want mostly just positive reinforcement only. I think you can get that without an explicit gameplay coach, and I think these guys have that positive reinforcement both from Ruddy the org and definitely from Ruddy the fan base that is showing out in force. They love it when Alex is going 1-for-1 7 times in a row, right? And therefore Alex is going to feel more comfortable doing it the next time around. And that kind of individual aggression, you do learn from it. you will never doubt whether you could have actually gotten that guy if you do chase him to tier 3 to dive him, versus if you're thinking about whether your coach would like it in that moment and then back off. It's not a mystery for him whether these plays would work out. And I do think you can treat players like large language models sometimes and just let them learn from these repeat mistakes, so long as you keep that environment good and they do have a good environment backstage, then that's all good. What a coach would want to do here is make sure that they are all each other's best friends and that they are all each other's biggest fans. But if they already have that, I don't really think you want to interrupt something that is working.
So for now, it should be throw them to the wolves and let them learn how to act in the game. And then later on, once they got the hang of it and they got the synergy, maybe we can fix that.
Alex is throwing himself to... You can't stop this guy throwing himself
He
to
is
the
the
wolves.
wolves.
Like, the Kraken,
And the one
the
being thrown to
Kraken could
wolves.
be there, and he would be mid-Zack Snyder screenshot, delving
Yeah.
the spear into him, jumping into his mouth, alright? Like, they have no problem being thrown into the wolves. I think, let boys be boys here, let them fight.
He's the incarnation of Leroy Jenkins, I believe. So I love it. I love it. Moving on to the next game, we are going to jump into Nord versus DMG. Gentlemen, obviously a lot of people win for Nord. I would like to see the predictions if possible. Can I get a hold of the predictions? Because it's one of those days. And I think everybody win for Nord. Exactly.
Yeah.
Everybody went for Nord. There's not a
Except for
single
these
shred of
randoms.
belief.
Yeah.
What an idiot Hitbrain is, man. That guy never gets anything right. What a moron. My god. And initializing duckling, I guess.
Oh, the sweet tone like initializing that, but hey, right, the old fool.
Hitbrain was in the lead, man. He was actually doing so. Yesterday, after the first game, it was like, oh my god, he's gonna stomp the whole thing. So it is good to see a 5-for-5 trade here, guys. We need to start having whole numbers of. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, so because we win even on the first two games, this is actually unchanged from what it was before. But like, if a loss had happened on the first one, you can see how I would actually be in the lead right now, and vice versa. I would be really far behind now if a loss had, despite the same prediction. So this is a really cool interaction happening with the current system. Archron, what happened? Baby.
I got shot in the knee.
What
I
happened?
got shot. I got shot. I mean, I gotta be honest. I think Hitbrain could take the first place, like, uncontested, if we only allow him to vote for the first day of each week.
Maybe.
Every single time he goes for day 2.
I caught up with him yesterday, but sure.
I think this is the issue that he's having. Like, he's going into like the
He has
first
to
day of
close to
each
the
week
sun.
with like he goes like with like no thought at all, right? And then he watches the games from the first day, and I feel like he allows those to impact his selections for the next day, when what he really needs to be doing is not watching any of the games and just placing the points randomly, because that seems like it's the best tactic at the moment.
Actually, it is. For me, you know, I don't want to talk about it. I still feel hurt. So, Nord versus DMG. Everybody went for Nord, but is there a world where DMG is capable of stealing this one from Nord and messing everybody's prediction?
I need to see who's predicted how.
I gotta say it!
Yeah. Hold on.
Everybody
With
How messed up it is.
veterans level
When you
of
say-
standing for DMG
when
is
you
going to
say
depend on how it affects
predictions-
the standings in the
Yeah.
predictions.
I'm talking about the game
Aragon
itself.
put 5. Okay, I'm all in on DMG, baby. My bros at DMG are gonna smash this, man. They beat Lions Creed yesterday. They're going to take Nord and pile drive them to the
they
goddamn
didn't,
ground.
veteran.
They're gonna pile drive them so hard that we're gonna get 6,000 French people here because it's back into 2023 spring. All right, my boys have got
Wow.
this. Go DMG, go.
They got annihilated by Lions Creed.
And from those lessons, we will, you know, learn.
You've learned nothing. You've learned nothing, veteran.
You lose! So, okay, there's a shining light, because today we got the first victory from affiliates. It's possible. Is that the winning
Yes.
condition? Okay,
It
champion
has to be.
select.
It has to be.
yeah.
It has to be. It has to be possible. Therefore, it is.
No,
'Cause I believe it's the only team who hasn't won a game so far in a league.
Yeah.
So it's quite important for them to
They
find
had the
footing.
hardest. They had the hardest opening week, probably. They had.
And they're still fighting versus
Well,
North.
but
so
they
it's
beat
not
Lions
easy.
Creed veteran. I don't know.
They
I
had.
think...
Wait. So they faced Verdant, really good team. They faced Venom Crest, really good team. They faced Lions Creed. They had the hardest opener. All right,
They faced
you know?
North, so yeah, it's a complicated.
Yeah,
complicated calendar.
it is a rough schedule for them, but I don't expect them to be able to pick up a win here. I think that kind of all of the teams in the league have had something that we can sort of say positive about them. I think coming out of week 1, I wasn't really too hyped on Lightside, but then they got the win versus Lions Creed, which has given their stocks a bit of a boost. But for DMG, I haven't really seen all that much from them. I think maybe it is we get a few kills onto Liam Cole Felios in the first 5 minutes and kind of pray a little bit, and then one of my Boulder Brokes is just completely out the window. But the issue of that, I think, pound for pound on Nord, we've just got better players here, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think Nille is absolutely crazy in the top lane. I think Merbs has been surprisingly good in ADC. He wasn't a player that I was looking at before the split to really perform that well, but I think he has shown a fair bit. And then we all know how good Romeo is at finding the engages.
I mean, the game has changed since 2023. Even if Liam Cole gets a Philios, which he's not going to
Nope.
get, you do not see big hyper carry performances from AD carry anymore. They aren't the big differentiating factor that they used to be. That's why you mostly just see lethality on bot lane, lethality in general, or you see massive tankiness. Lucian also... I mean, actually, Lucian's a really interesting one. Lucian does have a famously bad win rate in Tier 1 in the West right now, like 1-8 or something like that. But actually, in the ERLs, Lucian has a 63% win rate. Lucian's very good at what we just witnessed, a very scrappy set of fights over and over again until at 30 kills at 8 minutes. Lucian shines on that, so long as he gets to one item before the scrappiness begins. So that is something that, at this level, I think could be really good for DMG. They are putting Liam Cole in the power position, and Lucian's one of the few champions that can do something with that, so long as you're assuming there's going to be a lot of fights.
Rumble gets locked in for the other side. This could be an amazing start for Nord. They can pick one of those lethality champions that can poke from afar, and there he is. Varus is going to be the lock-in. So pretty normal for Nord. What can you pair this Lucian with in order to make it a menace?
I think generally a lot of what we're seeing is sort of the Milio enchanters that sort of empower the Lucian a little bit more, but already looking at these two champions locked in against him, I think it's going to be pretty rough for Liam Cole. You get outranged by the Varus if it is going to be the lethality build, and the Rumble with the Equalizer is so effective at just splitting up team fights. So if Nille drops that Equalizer in front of Lucian, he can't dash forward, he can't provide all this damage. Yeah, he's going to have that bonus range from the Milio buffing him up, but I think this is still a combo that you need to be executing on effectively right from minute 1. Otherwise, you do just get outclassed in a lot of scenarios come the mid-late game.
When it comes to Lucian these days, I actually think Lucian's priority has changed since the beginning of 2023, and you now think of this as a mid-game champion. I don't actually think he wins many lanes early. Varus wins, Ashe wins, Jhin wins. Most of these lanes do a lot better until you get to that singular item spike. And then it's just all about playing as an R-bot, basically. That's what you are now. That's what the Chinese are so good with him on. If you watch their games, it's just a Lucian going melee range, pressing R on somebody, but the whole team following up as if it's a good idea. And shock horror, it turns out to be a good idea. Xin Zhao, therefore, becomes a really good pick with that. The reason Nami is the typical one with Lucian isn't just about that lane-based... I have enchanted auto attacks now. It's because if Nami presses R, it's the freest R on the planet for Lucian to jump in on as well, right? So I think you want to look at it a bit more like that, and then it's like, okay, you'll probably lose out on the earlier phases, but what we want to do is we want to just fight Drake, we want to fight Grubs, we want to fight all these new objectives that Riot have put into the game, because, you know, we just need timers at every single point now, I guess. And Lucian can do really well in that kind of environment. Nautilus, though, just presses R on the Lucian, and suddenly you can have all the mobility you want on the planet, and it's over, and Milio can't do anything about it, because you can't cleanse those knockups. So this is a really good pick here, that they probably should have thought of. The only annoying thing is that when you hook in, Milio goes bonk. In my head, it's always a bonk, and it's the most annoying thing on the planet. It is a bonk, no? It just like...
It is.
Yeah. I tried to play like against Emilio as Alistair the other day, and it was just like horrendous. It's just like the worst
You
experience.
love Melio, no? Because you do dodgeball IRL.
Yeah, but the
Yeah, and
issue...
she tosses the ball when Naught goes in. It's just bonk.
The issue is, like, I am not a dodger. I'm a thrower.
Oh, no.
It starts flying at me like I can't get out of the way quick enough. I'm very sorry.
Is that what you say when you're doing badly on Melio? Someone's like, you just ruined the whole game, and you're like, I'm not a dodger, mate.
I'm
I'm
insane
a thrower.
at catching.
I'm
I'm
a
insane at
thrower.
catching, bro.
So Trundle steps in as the jungler. This is another one to deal with the Xin Zhao. I love this idea. So Shift is going to have a terrible early phase if Roshan is aggressive. The bans are out. So let's see what the blue team DMG is taking to finish the composition. They have to reveal themselves. No EP so far.
It messes up Udyr massively, which is the counter pick that you would want to be doing in towards the Rumble, but it doesn't mess up Karma, and I'm wondering if they'd be willing to do that. They don't have a big hyper carry on bot lane, but it could be really good with Xin Zhao for picks. It would be insane if that was to happen.
I mean, like, I think double enchanter with bruisers is like just insane as well, right?
It's Yone top.
But it is actually going to be the own top in the Syndra mid lane.
Oh. After first base, that could actually be insane with Vampiric Scepter and stuff, if he opts to go that. Normally what you would see is Berserkers, and then you can stick to Rumble forever, so it's all about dodging initially when Rumble starts trying to throw slows on you. If you're able to dodge all of that and re-engage, Young can be insane.
Positions are finished right now. DMG looking for their first victory. Nord looking for the third one for themselves. And at this point, final words before we toss it to the casters?
I think looking at Nord here, I really like this comp. I think that in week 1 they were playing a lot of more carry style champions coming out of the jungle, and it was kind of slowing down their games a little bit because they didn't have as much engage. Trundle's kind of lacking engage, but he can just run at you, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So I think there's decent ways for Nord to start fights. DMG though, there's a lot of damage and a lot of pick on this comp too.
That's
Yeah, I like DMG's chances, to be honest, this game. So long as they can play range and they just press R with Lucian, with everyone there, they can get a lot of kills here. Varus particularly is very vulnerable.
So not only is that the analyst talking, but also the person that wants to take those points back home in case Eragon loses prediction. Talking about that one, let's toss it to the casters one more time. Third game of the day. What's up, Initialize?
We wanted conversation with you, the NLC viewers, because obviously there was some very shocking images on the NLC earlier regarding Middlecott's dead mouse, and that was very disappointing. And this is an appeal to all of the viewers out there to help our fellow caster in arms.
Yeah, for just 1 week of Inted predictions on the Steel Series giveaway, you can actually help Middlecott get a new mouse and not have to just deal with necromantic abilities.
Yeah. You can help bring life and balance to the casting team and a smile to Middlecott's face. Or actually, you could just int him away and send the screenshots of you winning the mice to him, and that would make me smile too. So, take your pick. That's a pretty good option.
If you want to help the casters in that respect. It's 7 versus 1, right?
Exactly, exactly that. But appeal to help over. Middlecott out there, clearly unpleased with us, but that's very fine. 2 very different comps. And DMG have drafted a comp that, if the nameplates are off, you go, if you're good, that could feel pretty nice. A lot of really scary mid-game bursts. You've got the Yone top to potentially manage the Rumble, but nameplates on, you look at Nord and you go, Nele on Rumble, that feels pretty nice. Syndra for the mid lane feels pretty good, and you get a bit more worried again.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious about how our mid game is going to look to play out once we've sort of assigned side lanes, because we've got 2 really good side laners, 1 on each side. The Yone and the Akali going head to head, I think, is going to be fairly crucial. Sort of who's ahead, who's coming out on top of those 1v1s is actually going to dictate a lot of how I feel this mid game could end up playing out. A Rumble versus a Syndra is my theorized opposite side, and that's going to be a little bit more even. I think the Syndra may just have a little bit of an edge there. But the Akali versus, if they match it up lane for lane, Yone is going to probably smash the Rumble once they hit 1 item, 2 items. Same for the Akali. So there's like a winning side lane on either side. So if you try and match both of the volatile areas together, there's a world where it gets a bit tricky. And of course, you've got this massive crux of mid lane, right? We hit this mid game. Lucian Milio can kill any AD carry who steps up on a wave too far. There's actually going to be a fair amount of, I'm expecting again, a fair amount of excitement from this game.
Yeah, again, we're seeing volatility. Yone versus Rumble, Syndra versus Akali mid lane. Those are matchups they can quite get very flippy, particularly once things like the level 6 run round. You're also looking again, Nile's run the Ignite. That could get, pretty volatile there as well. You're seeing the Lucian in the bot side. You've got Varus and Nautilus as well, who've got a lot of pick to their names. So every lane kind of feels like action could kick off if the right ability lands. And I think, to your point on the Lucian Milio, that kind of very dangerous mid-game ability, and particularly once you move towards that mid lane, one of the things I think a lot of analysts have been talking about is how the big issue, particularly over in the West, where the win rate for Lucian has been pretty lackluster, I think it's fair to say, has been around the fact that it's a team pick. You have to be able to set up the vision to know where the enemy jungler is, to know when Lucian could just run at someone and put that damage out from such a long way away so fast. And that's not being done particularly efficiently by teams right now, as Agony Pain will spot out the attempted invade here.
It looks like it's going to be just a bit more than an attempt, and they're just going to walk in and take this. Shift is starting up on that top side. He's actually going to take a late pivot into the top side jungle. Whether or not he takes Raptors or the red buff remains to be seen. Maybe he goes for both. But one thing that I really want to look to for levels 1 through 6 is actually the Syndra's flash in the mid lane. I think that if you can burn that pre-level 6, it makes Agony Pain's job really miserable as we get a little bit further on through the laning phase. Once Warji hits that level 6 marker, you can just drop Pillar behind, and the 2v1 gank just goes way too easily for Nord, and I think that's an area of the map that they can really exploit early on.
Also got to point out, you are splitting the map here. This is vertical jungling effectively as the Trundle walks straight over towards his red side quadrant. So never mind that. Looking to try and steal away that red buff as well and prevent the Shinta from getting a hold of it. Has to flash on out as Warzy comes over. Roshan's flashing over. They want this. No flash now for the Shinta, who's in danger. Warzy flashing forward does get the slow with the Q. Can begin to throw out shuriken after shuriken, and those kunai land deep in the heart of Shift's face. Dead for first blood.
Now, Warzy does miss a bit of experience in the mid lane. If the Syndra can get that to crash, that's a decent advantage in experience. But 400 gold going the way of an Akali in a matchup which Warzy picked, which we know the Syndra is expected to struggle in, that's not going to feel good for too long.
No, it's not. And we have seen Akali's with the way you can build with Fleet and Doran's and your Shroud and Second Wind and all these things. I mean, you can sustain through a lot that would once have been very tricky. Getting gold to accelerate yourself to not just surviving lanes, but being able to start trading back feels very, very good.
Yeah, and already, we've got to now try and find this base for the Akali, which isn't going to be as easy, but with teleport you can kind of circumvent any of those issues. The important part for me is that Agony Pain didn't have to burn teleport to get back to lane. He got essentially a free recall off the back of that roam. Merbs and Romeo got that push in the bot side. I thought they were going to try and look to really track
Roshan.
Shift. They didn't have the opportunity to, and LVS on this top side, I think is probably in trouble.
Yep, they'll put the ward down, but LVS will know it's coming. Over comes Shinsao, so maybe this turns around quite yet. Remember, Nile's got the Ignite. Can start to trade this one out. LVS can look to back. Throws down the shield with the Spirit Cleave, and now Shift is here. Roshan in danger. Gets the Ignite onto LVS, who's trying to heal back up. But already, Shift gets one, and now Nile is way too deep, and this Rumble about to die.
Wow.
Wind becomes lightning and fries the systems in Nile's mech.
Well, I actually think Nila should have just turned with Overheat there and just started wailing away with the overheated attack speed. Nevertheless, it's a double kill for Shift, and all of a sudden the issues that he had at the level 2 marker all of a sudden disappear. Extra amount of gold put in the back pocket, now going to be able to clear up his camps, and a good amount of experience heading to LVS as well, as he's able to pick up 2 kills worth of XP. He's able to crash another wave under that turret, and the advantage for the top side that could have been so great actually turned very heavily in favor of DMG.
Again, Shift, the last time we saw him out on the Shinta, went 1-8-2. 1-8-2. It was a miserable day. He was been really struggling in this league, but now Nile has just turned back up to base. He's got himself the ability to try and Q his way through, but actually mistimes it. Doesn't get to use the Q3. Does die. And now Shift in danger will get a 3-talon strike. Can maybe look forward, but just doesn't know where the Rumble is and can't step forward to secure a kill back.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, if Nila double kills, then that's obviously very good, and Nord will be very happy. Nearly, he does find that kill, manages to punish LVS for not being able to get that wave in under the turret in enough time. Are you okay?
Yeah, just loving that insight there. You know, if he gets a double kill, it's just fine. It's like, never heard that one before. Yeah, it's just fine.
Yeah, that's what you get when you bring me onto the desk. You know, these hard-hitting analytics, right? Like, double kill good. Thank you, Rudude.
Appeals for assistance and the kind of analysis you get absolutely nowhere else. Welcome to the NLC, everybody. We're never getting back on broadcast, mate. This is it. This is the last cast.
Well, guys, I've had a great time. And you know what? It is what it is. You know, if this is my career, it's been a good one. This is the way I'd want to go out. 54
Really?
kill
This
ruddy
is it?
game. 54
Yeah,
kill
beautiful.
ruddy game plus double kill equals good. If that's my lasting legacy, then you
Could be
know
worse.
I've done
That's
my
not
job.
bad.
Exactly.
That's fair. You know, there are worse ways to go.
As a wise
all
Rudude
right.
once said, a double kill is good.
So, just never said anything, I take it.
Nice. Thank you, man.
You're so
I appreciate
welcome.
that a lot.
We
Drake's been
get along
taken
here
here.
really well. Yeah, that's probably a wise idea. That's enough of this. Back towards the game. You're right, Drake has been taken as the screen goes some interesting colours. As apparently the Drake did not go quietly into the night.
No, a little bit of martyrdom action.
Yeah. That's an old scroll. Are you going back to like that was like Call of Duty 4 perk, wasn't it, back when?
Oh, yeah.
When you
I
dropped
did not
dropped
play
grenade
Call
when
of
you
Duty
died.
4.
Did you not? That was a great
No.
game. You missed out. Sorry about that.
I was probably like 12 when that came out.
I mean,
maybe
it
even
hasn't
younger.
stopped people in the past. That's fair. I shouldn't encourage
That's
that.
true. One grublet taken. Okay, so this
Yeah,
is my
that's true.
question for you because I asked Miller
Okay.
last weekend. Or
Oh,
last
yeah.
week, what he calls these. But what do you call the void grubs?
Right. So I've got a whole theory about this. I think
Okay.
they should be called Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. And the
Alright.
second gen are Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Chikorita. So you've got two different generations of Grubbasaur, you know, Grubbamon. You know, they're like wannabe
Yeah.
Pokemon. And then the mites can be top percentage Rattata. It's genius.
Yeah, you know what?
Absolute genius.
I like that.
Gen
I
1,
like that
Gen
a
2.
lot, actually.
You're
And
welcome.
then little rats.
Yeah, the little rats that come out, exactly.
Little
And attack
rats spawn.
towers.
I'm gonna
And,
use
you know,
that,
cause
I
structural
think.
damage. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
I
That's
put way
mine.
too much thought into this. Like, legitimately, I spent a little while like coming up with potential options. I've workshopped this.
And it was worthwhile. Now we
Thank
have
you.
hit this level 6+ marker in the mid lane. Agony
Mm-hmm.
Pain's flash is still intact. That's my important takeaway. The Syndra is down a whole 3 CS, so it is not important. And Agony Pain is still very much in this game, and I want to credit him exceptionally for that because this was a counter matchup. This was going to be really difficult for a Syndra versus Akali to be played, but the Syndra is still in this game and is still very, very relevant.
Yeah, and I think especially after Roshan got such a good early sort of path off with the invade into getting on top of Shift and denying that red buff cross map, it all kind of fell apart a bit around that top lane dive, and it's meant that the Trundle that should have been able to particularly go into that mid lane, try and play to get rid of the Flash and Agony main, make that Syndra's life a lot more challenging, just hasn't really happened as yet.
Not quite. Not quite. And maybe that's a missed opportunity a little bit from Nord, but with level 6 is not particularly relevant actually for Roshan. Maybe he's feeling a little bit more threatened if he walks into that mid lane now, especially with the Unleashed power. Definitely able to take down a champion who's 3 levels lower than you. Would like to see Roshan get that level 6, probably gets it off this Gromp. He's 3/4 of the way there, so should be fine.
Yeah, should be. He's got the assist, so there should be enough XP, I think.
Looking forward though, right, we're expecting to see with Varus at the very least, you've got that straight Dirk in the inventory, some long range
wussy.
damage to back them up. Yes, he's in trouble.
He's either wrong way. Will now flash over the pit, gets on in. Shift goes on forwards, but he's used the Wind Becomes Lightning and the Audacious Charge, so nothing to be found there. That was an unfortunate time to E, Akali.
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes they're going to happen, right? You're eating, okay, this is the last creep in the wave, let me hit that real quick, and then all of a sudden the Avengers assemble in the topside jungle and you have to burn your ulti or burn your flash. And Warzy, it is the latter of the two, but he's still feeling absolutely fine, and I think that with Killer Instinct, or not Killer Instinct, rather, Perfect Execution still available, there is still that element of kill pressure in the mid lane if Nord look to try and find that window.
Oh, wow, though, looking down towards this bot lane, the Varus proving his laning might once more. Of course, Merbs had a really strong turnaround game yesterday when things looked a little bit dicey in the bot lane, came back with some of his late game performance. I think it was on the Jhin, wasn't it? That was absolutely filthy. And it is now kind of trying to do similar things with this isolated matchup. We were expecting a little bit more attention down. It's not really happened, and Varus Nautilus still pretty obnoxious, and the Lucian, like, the way I've had it described to me is like, yes, he's not bad in lane. In fact, he's quite good in certain matches, but it's really, once that first item gets completed, that he really, truly comes online and starts to begin taking over lanes a bit more.
It looks like it's going to be that Stormraiser first out of the gate. No surprises there. The extra movement speed to double down on what you get from Emilio anyway. A very valuable statistic. Shift.
Gets a good chunk there onto the Trundle, who normally wins out some of those extended matchups. And now into the mid lane, Romeo comes, gets the flash out. Akali goes on in. R1, E cancel, begins to look for perfect execution. But of last breath comes on through, courtesy of Person, and gives life to Agony Pain. And instead, it's the Akali that falls.
And a great timer matched by Pearson there. Been playing League of Legends for 10 plus years at this point. This guy knows his roam timers into the mid lane and knows when his mid laner is in danger. Despite what looked like it would have been a very well executed dive from Warzy. The heal comes through just in time and keeps the Syndra alive. And an extra kill in the mid lane. Luden's companion now finished up for Agony Pain versus the components of a Storm Surge for Warzy. Yes, there's those tier 2 boots there, but this is going to be a little bit of time now where the Akali may feel a little bit worse for wear.
And honestly, that felt like Nord had done everything right there. They get the flash, Warzy lands the full combo, it looks excellent. And then Person comes on through and presses R, has got the cozy campfire, has got the breath of life, and suddenly the Syndra gets away, limping, yes, but alive. Instead, the Xin Zhao feels a bit happier. It's Person actually that picks up the kill. I was looking at the second kill on the shift and going, oh, that's where he got it. It's like, nope, it's the top lane. Ignore me. And instead, bot lane, just look for a Chains of Corruption. Won't happen as Liam Cole gets to quickly dash away with that with a Relentless Pursuit. And instead, we head over towards the Grubs. Second generation, I believe. So this will be, you know, the Syndical, Chikorita, and Totodile variants. Looking to be claimed by DMG.
And I think they all look a lot like Totodile, to be honest, of the three.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like horribly corrupted version.
Yeah, honestly, if Totodile was from the Void,
the
that
new
would
gimmick.
be what he looked like.
Yeah,
That's what the remaster's going to look like.
Pokemon's got really dark, yeah. Like, Void-style Pokemon, everything's gone wrong.
They're all purple, everything's poison type. And all of a sudden Alakazam's the best champion, the best Pokemon in the game. But that's 4-2, so no little ratatas for any side as we head through the remainder of this game. It was obviously DMG getting themselves forced. If they get an opportunity to hit on these turrets,
sounds like a blessing having played those Pokemon games.
Yeah, you know what? You might be right. You might be right.
Can they do Zubat too?
No. We'll draw the line.
I love that you had to
That's
think
where I draw the
about
line.
that as Agony Pain, dead to rights. That's the combo they were looking for earlier. We were having a bit of a laugh, and Nord are laughing their way to the bank there with a return gank. Agony Pain, you mentioned it earlier, was going to have a tricky time on the Syndra if the flash was ever down. Turns out you were right.
And like, there's only so much that you can do when 3 people show up in your lane. Like, you can sit under your turret all you like. If a Trundle pillar lands behind you, it's probably just over. It lines up perfectly for the Nautilus as well. Now Shift
flashed over a wall right as well.
Far.
Yeah. He has. Flash for the knock-up. Begins to get a bit more damage and just smites him down.
Okay.
Shift.
There's a reason that Xin Zhao is maybe the best jungler on this patch. Shift has just shown you guys right there at a core the power that this Xin Zhao provides, right? You're able to land a knock-up so quickly with the auto reset from the Titanic Hydra. You also just get a boatload of damage from playing Xin Zhao in the early stages, and the extra level lead that he had was more than enough to make the difference, really.
Trundle just getting blasted out there as Liam Cole looks for an angle here onto Warzy, who's swift enough to retreat, and nothing more comes out of that for now. All the while, turn back towards the Herald that is secured by Shift. Maybe look to drop that perhaps somewhere like the mid lane, which of course is generally a key location to try and break down with that additional battering ram. Yeah,
and already when you've got Liam Cole, Pearson here in this mid lane, you'd want to try and get a little bit of gold onto the solution. They've reached now that first item mark. The Stormraiser has been completed. So playing toward this Lucian becomes pretty much the goal for DMG, I would like to think. Playing toward the Syndra is really tricky, and now there's 3 people topside. LVS in trouble again.
Oh, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Landing
on,
hooks galore,
hold on.
and all the while, LVS looking like a Capulet, brings a couple down with him, gets 2. As it turns out, it's a 1-for-1. Actually, I apologise, not 2, just 2 people in general falling.
That was still a very good recovery. It wasn't like he put himself in a bad position. There were just 3 people in his lane. Managed to take 1 down as well. So exceptional performance from the young Yone in the top lane. Gets himself a kill. Makes the best of that bad situation, honestly. And his turret still stands. Solid job overall.
Kane is here. Look for a quick QE, but will not land the scat of the week. And just a little bit opportunistic there. The game remains pretty close. It's 100 gold apart, if that. 2 dragons the difference for Nord. And of course, the Herald was claimed on the other side by DMG. So for a team that has been pretty bloody underwhelming, to put it frankly, in the form of DMG, winless and have not looked good in the losses they have suffered on the whole as well. This is much more like it, and I think a lot of it has to be around the fact that Shift hasn't collapsed in the jungle. He's doing better than, not just collapsed, he's thriving right now.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely, as we've mentioned, had a fairly rough start to this split. This, however, is a completely different performance, honestly, and that's off the back of him getting killed at level 2 as well, right? It was 0-1-0, went for an invade on the red buff, got punished for that, but has really, turned himself back around in this game specifically and made a bit of a showing for it in this fourth game rather of the spring season.
Yeah. And I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because Shift still didn't have a good early game. Like, that was a really nasty level 1 plan from Nord that went very, very well. It was the kind of fumble on the top lane dive that was well picked up by Shift, who played that very well to get the kills required, and then the consistent play afterwards has been really good. And again, it's not a 1 game or anything like that, especially if Liam Cole gets himself in trouble, but that's the CC down, and Liam Cole gets to throw out the culling. Merb's down to half HP, and everyone else forced to back away. That will be the chance to drop the Herald. Look to roam towards the Dragon, which would be sole point for Nord. I just don't know how freely they're going to be able to get towards that.
Not too freely, I'd like to think, especially with the high HP that DMG rather do still have. Romeo Merb's about half HP, so them trying to contest not as easy. You can see they're probably just going to try and posture to try to take this mid-tier 1. The issue being, I don't think they're going to have the wave in time, so they've decided maybe we'll fight. Equalizers up. Maybe it's time to party.
Here we go. Lands on 2. Person will throw down a cozy campfire. Big scout of the week over the wall. And Shift goes on a rampage as he dives forward audaciously indeed.
Warzy!
Death of the Milio, though, and Liam Cole's down as well as Warzy turned up.
Triple.
And just makes a melt.
Hold
Shift
on.
tries his best. Hang on. How far is he going? It is the quadra kill. Warzy by name and War by nature. Comes on in like the god of war himself. Ares, in fact. A full-on kill for absolutely everybody on the side of DMJ as they collapse.
A beautiful flank from this Akali. Managed to find access through a ward in the Tri-Brush and just destroyed DMG from behind. It looked so good for DMG to begin with. They got a good scatter on the front line. LVS managed to find access to the back line as well. Forced Merb's flash really early on. Unfortunately, one Akali made all the difference. And you can see, maybe he was the executioner and Nille was carrying a large amount of water through that fight. But the 2 solo laners combining for Nord tore that fight apart.
They did just despicable amounts of damage. It wasn't quite the pentakill. He'll be frustrated about that, but it was close as. Goes back home, picks up a death cap. 6-1-1. This Akali is going to be very hard to ignore now on.
Yeah, and you remember when we were talking before the game started that the side lanes were going to be the really important part about this, right? Who's going to be able to side lane more effectively, this Yone or this Akali? Well, all of a sudden, it's Akali, guys. Like, I don't know quite what to say.
Akali,
It's just Akali.
Yeah, then she's gone back home and has decided to raid the family vault, pulled out this heirloom of extraordinary power, and has a Rabadon's death cap to her name.
The training arc went pretty crazy, and is now.
Yeah, Zed had it right. Here's power. Use it.
A little bit of lore dropped as well. We love to see that. And it's now a question of who can survive best versus the Akali, right? Because the Syndra, it's just not Syndra. You're going to have to match the Yone, which is kind of how we'd expected it would have gone prior to the game. And there's already a Negatron cloak picked up. Regardless of who the Yone's laning against, it's going to be good. Rumble or Akali, they both do magic damage. But Nord, use Warzy right. He pushes in away bot lane. He just hovers in this mid lane. DMG can't really do anything, and they have to seed that tier 1 turret.
Do indeed. And Shift is still scary point in this game. The Syndra is still doing fine. The Lucian, unfortunately, on the other side, down 1.5k gold now. Has struggled to make a lot happen this game, and that was after a solid attempt at a mid lane shove. But then he came to the fight and he did 500 odd damage. That was it. Got removed very swiftly. Person removed very swiftly, and Warzy grateful to have those opportunities to do that. But now maybe a gank in the mid lane will do exactly just that. The moment I say the mid lane play didn't work out the first time, second time was certainly the charm.
Yeah, side lane's maybe going well for Nord, but if mid lane collapses in on itself, then DMG have still got a very fighting chance in this game. Able to take down the tier 1 turret and take Merbs out as well. It's not going to be anything else coming from this, but a good little bite back from DMG.
Once again, it's Shift leading the way, comes on over the wall to ensure that play goes forwards well. Gets a kill for the Lucian, who has been starved out of the game in terms of access to some of the plays that DMG might have been hoping for. Game away from being even to being Nord favoured after that last fight. You can see it in the gold. Of course, the Dragon still went the way of DMG, so it's not sole point, which I'm sure would have been a nice cherry on top for Nord, but they are very happy in terms of their position on the map. They've got a strong Rumble, a very strong Akali. The Varus is doing just fine as well.
Yes, we're looking at Nord now. They've had no real trouble closing out games. They've taken a little bit of time to do it, right? Typically on a little bit of a longer game time, but now they're hitting away on this Baron, and that is one way to close out if they can find it. And it looks as though DMG just have no idea. Shift just based now, sort of warning bells are starting to flare off, but Pearson knows he can't face check this, and yeah, pings go down, but it's just too late.
Akali might not be the best of Baron takers, neither is Lethality Varus, but a Rumble and a Trundle do enough work. Baron down, Person already nearly dead! Execution not quite enough, but Warzy falls down a Shift in trade. That will be the 1-for-1, but the mid laner is a worthy prize indeed. The Ignite and the Flame Spitter do a lot of work on the Shift, who tries to stay alive! Burns out! Equalizer now comes down as Liam Cole on the wrong end of far too much damage, but a barrier keeps himself alive.
But with the Baron
now...
And
in the end, it's a 2-for-1.
And another wave coming in, maybe they can look for tier 2. The issue is LVS had teleport that whole time, just chose not to join the team. Looked to take down that tier 2 turret down on the bot side, isn't going to get the opportunity to do so. Good communication between DMG there to let LVS know, okay, they've recalled, you don't need to hit that turret, you're going to end up going down. But also, Nord recognizing their other timer on the map. Okay, Drake spawns in 5 seconds time. Let's base, let's make sure that we're set up, that we're ready. Full HP, spend all that gold that we've got from the Baron from the couple of kills. And are able to find themselves, hopefully, good purchase onto this Drake. That 900 gold not wasted for Shift. I think that Sundered Sky is maybe the best item. Oh dear, LVS.
Oh, LVS is found out very swiftly, will flash over the wall, but there is a pillar in town and it's being men at work, and the work is the death of a Yone. Hook goes just wide. Romeo can't quite land the one, but the Chains of Corruption land regardless. Can't secure the kill, though, but flipping heck, Nord certainly put a lot into making it happen.
Oh, wow. And Nord looked like they were going to lose a lot in the mid lane for this, but Warzy actually caught the wave, so there's nothing for an answer from DMG. Now the base being broken open. They're 4 people strong. Inhib, maybe?
Middle cottage. Maybe. Middle cot looking to be perhaps in shambles. Reminder, I think he was saying Nord wouldn't finish a game pre-30 minutes. We're going to get a fight before that. Certainly is Romeo. Knocked up. Warzy teleports in, throws down the Twilight Shroud, and immediately gets rid of Shift, who's a lot of the gold. Can look to go forwards a bit more. Romeo goes down. LVS picks that one up. And beginning the 5-point strikes to Warzy. Goes soulbound with his soul, but he has to come back down to earth a little early. And from heaven, he goes swiftly to hell. Burnt down. Trundle gets that one. And the inhibitor falls.
So base broken. Now pushing waves always down on that bot side for Nord. 5k gold lead their way. Still, the exceptionally strong solo laners, Nillet and Warzy, have done an exceptional job so far this game. And finally, Nord will be able to go back to base, claim their prize of that dragon. Again, not going to be soul, but soul point just gives them that little cushion in 5 minutes' time. If the game's still not over, they've got a prize to claim.
Just over 5 minutes before Middlecott is made a liar on Go Bold will Go Broke. I'm sure that'll be coming onto the desk. As it stands, Baron finished. Dragon secured. Soul point in the hands. Shadow Flame now for the Akali. Oh no.
Normally,
it's looking pretty doomed.
You'll see Akali's go for things like Zhonya's, maybe a Banshees if they need something to make them a little more durable. Warzy has just said, "Nanas to all of that. I need damage, guys." And boy, has he bought some. You know, a full item up over Agony Pain. And I don't want to... It's not me ragging on Agony. I think that they've had, honestly, a fairly good performance this game. There's just only so much you can do when you get counterpicked, and when Warzy finds a pretty much pentakill at a Drake fight. 0, 2, and 5 hasn't really been able to collect in on any of those kills, and is just down a full item. So
I mean, everywhere's down a full item, it feels like, in so many ways. I mean, top lane is at least relatively even, but that's partly because Nilly's nearly got himself a completed penetration item. On the other side, looking towards that bot lane, that's Muramana transformed. You've got opportunity, you've got Ghostblade. Equalizer comes down to force DMG to stay away from the turret.
Oh, scatter.
Decent scout of the week onto 3. Trying to get some. That's the Varus down. And maybe, just maybe, DMG have got a little bit more to say before it all goes wrong. Romeo, it's the end of the play. Remember, it's a tragedy. Romance of this game is over. At least Nord get to go towards the mid lane and claim a tier 2 there in trade.
Yeah, and again, right, Agony Pain has had a good game on this Syndra. Is the one who sets up that with a triple scatter. Able to find a couple of kills there and slows the roll of Nord. Feels like with that bot inhibitor being down that one of those tier 2 turrets was going to be forfeit, and the fact that they're able to find a couple of kills as a trade-off for DMG, honestly not the worst case scenario. The Baron spawning in a little over a minute's time now, so we've got a little bit of a window for DMG to try and set up that vision. And they're going to hope that that bot inhib respawns as soon as possible, right? They've got 2 minutes 30 on it, but that pushing wave down on the bot side is going to be something that they always have to answer. LVS is pretty much on bot lane duty, and if he's got teleport, it's not the end of the world, but would obviously love to be a part of the fight a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable point. And actually, for all we've kind of been joking and teasing a little bit there about Middlecot's go bold or go broke, he had a point. Nord have really suffered in the closing stage of the game. Their mid games have been really strong. Their ability to coordinate as a team to get the kind of leads that get them game wins has been really good. But those ending phases, actually getting to the Nexus and getting through the base in particular, has been a little ungainly from the side of Nord. And moments like that, moments where we see things get a little bit dicey, you just start to see that habit of theirs rear its ugly head one more time.
Yeah, and I think there's also an element this game for Nord of they don't necessarily need to close this game out.
No.
I think that Lucian scales really poorly as far as AD carries go. The damage can still be there, but the ability to put out the damage is always the tricky part for Lucian with me. Syndra Yone, however, can do fairly well, but I think that Nille and Warzy have shown that they can match that and are also far enough ahead that the notion of scaling, per se, is so far down the road that they don't need to worry about it.
Towards the Baron we go. They know this is happening because of that ward off to the left-hand side to do MG. Warzy, though, off to that side, looking for just anybody to put their nose a bit too far forward as Romeo plays Scout. Will now be spotted as Warzy. In goes Romeo. Equalizer comes down, but it's not that great, all things undone. LVS, though, throws out that Fate Seal to some effect. But the health bars are low, but no one dies in the top laner from DMG. Just goes down without too much of a fight.
And Warzy still has ulti, so this Akali could pop off. Baron stops, though, and honestly, that's job done for DMG, as long as they don't lose too much more.
Wind becomes lightning. Bird's about to go down. Shift refuses to lose this game.
Or, now call me an analyst.
Look at the health bar.
Kill them.
Yeah.
That's a good start. Starting with this Baron now.
Oh my god,
Once
they can make it
again.
happen. Remember, Nilly had to back. There's still no equalizer. This fight can keep on going. They've got to be careful of the pillar. This can still get very tricky. Warzy has TP'd. Remember, he's still got the perfect execution. Goes golden. Now gets to buy a bit more time. Gets to E for 2. DMG lose their jungler in the blink of an eye as Warzy eviscerates him and sends him to the Netherrealm.
Goes back to base, gets a stasis, teleports back in and eats the Syndra ulti with the stasis. Liam Cole, flash dash.
Flash on forward. Agony Pain about to live up to his namesake, and he's dead as well. Now, person at the top side is the next to fall. Warzy and Romeo just spend their time playing with their food, toying with it. And another kill for this Akali.
And it looks really good for DMG for a glimpse there, but Nord, they reset, know exactly how they need to close out that situation, get themselves back into a fight, and they take the Baron as well. Could be the final nail in the coffin for DMG here as Nord with this big purple worm. They've got an opening inhib in the bot lane. They've got a soul to go claim once they've reset. Everything on the board for them to claim.
It is not pre-30 minutes, but it is largely controlled. It is largely in their own hands. A moment there where it looked a bit dicey, where Shift pulls off a moment of magic. But the response was calculated, it was controlled, and it was ruthless. NLC flashing forwards to roast alive pretty much everybody. Warzy getting the teleport in and take out the remainders. Those two solo laners are just so scary. Soul is theirs, Baron is theirs, and this game, it feels like, is theirs.
Bot lane, the easy play is just go and take the inhibitor. If you want to use the Baron to take turrets, it's a very common strategy. You can obviously head towards this mid lane, head toward the top lane as well. LVS going to get some pity prices in the top side. Liam Cole's gone forward.
Solid chunk. Gets a big chunk onto NLC, but then has to run away. But now there's turn around because of the chains of corruption. A pillar and an equalizer. Fire and ice mix. Ain't even the 21st night of September. We're still in February right now. Shift's down a gear or two. He's been trying, but the engine's just not got any fuel left in it, and this car is crashing apart. And Nord have been a serious roadblock for DMG's hopes and dreams of finally finding a win in this tournament.
Yeah, they've got 4 people mid lane already. Warzy doing good work on that bot side. 2 cannon minions in bot lane, 1 in the mid lane. LVS trying to take the aggro of at least one of them. These Nexus turrets under fire. Just sit and wait. You've got Baron.
Oh,
you just got to sit and wait.
Agony pain. So low. That's not bad damage back. They get 1. Romeo dead. Got something. Does that mean Nord feel like they have to retreat? Game over. Emote comes on out, and Nord actually do take a moment here to reset. Feeling just a little bit nervous.
And they've still got a little bit of time on this Baron. Maybe they can look to take top wave and push into that turret even without the Baron. 2 inhibitors down means that the game pretty much plays itself from here on in. As long as you're applying just the lightest amount of pressure, you're going to get a wave pushing mid lane, a wave pushing bot lane. You can commit 5 people to this top side and just brute force a dive with Trundle. You can also wait for some minions to start wailing away on Nexus turrets. As soon as DMG look to answer that, you force a dive with a numbers advantage. You've got options, you've got tools, and not importantly, you've got enough of a wallet diff to be able to make this game end relatively smoothly. If Romeo finds another one of those awkward hooks, however, it could be a little bit tricky. The reason he went down there was he queued forward trying to find himself a target. Unfortunately, the only thing he found was terrain and pulled himself to his own demise.
He has been playing a pretty good Nautilus game. Remember his debut game on the Nautilus where he's landing some absolutely ridiculous hooks, making the hitbox of that dredge line look about as balanced as some of the solo queue players say it is. This time around, there's been some great plays, flashing over Raptor walls to get dives on mid lane, but once or twice he's just overstepped a touch, and DMG have been picking up those pieces where they lie. Got a level 17 Yone, a level 16 Syndra, both with 3 items, and maybe that's where your faint hopes lies, but it is fate, make no mistake.
Obviously really difficult as well to try and defend this tier 3 turret, especially up against a Varus who's just raining arrows down on you every 5-6 seconds. It's constantly fish in a barrel moment. Now there's a full wave, there's a full Nord army.
Chains of Corruption land onto Shift. The Equalizer comes on down, but Person is very swift with the Breath of Life. Now Shift, hooked up by Romeo. Don't get too much more. Redemption comes on down, and the attempted dive doesn't amount to too much. Nord continue to play reserved here on their shove into the base. We've seen that once or twice this split.
You need to look at that bot wave. There are 2 super minions crashing in. LVS pushed it to about the midpoint of bot lane, so that's what they're waiting on here. As Nord, as soon as those super minions demand an answer, that's when they'll have an opportunity to make their play. No Equalizer, no Chain of Corruption makes it a little bit tricky. They're trying to find a dive, but Warzy, he can try and collapse now. They've got that 4v5 window as LVS has to answer bot.
Liam Cole down to half HP, has a barrier, but that's about it, and immediately that tower falls. You are absolutely right. The waves come crashing in mid and bot, and Nord take their moment to shove on in. Final inhibitor down, 2 minutes to respawns on the mid and bot, so Agony Pain steps on forwards, very deep, doesn't land what he was looking for, and is immediately slain. Romeo gets a hold of that as Liam Cole throws down to Culling, but there's just nothing to kill. They all stay alive, a shutdown, of course going to Warzy, who begins to execute perfectly. The S+ grade hits for the taking, goes golden, and maybe, just maybe, will fall at the end, but finally falls as a Super Mega Blaze kick claims it for Milio. Well, I think that really is a final goal in a game that has been all the other way. It's Premier League versus your Sunday five-a-side, Nord, have come to play and put DMG to the sword.
And that they did. 8,000 gold separates them as the game ends. Nord fairly controlled in their approach to closing out that game. Honestly played it by the book. As soon as they got those double inhibs, they knew, all right, top's our only play. And even before that, right, choked out a bit of vision. They managed to sneak themselves an early Baron for no trade on the other side of the map. And they used that Baron to great effect as well.
And credit again to Shift. This guy had a really rough start to the game. Again, finds himself in a very difficult position, tries to come back into it. And then a dragon fight happens where Akali picks up nearly a pentakill. And the game is Nord's from then forever out. But to break the game down, we have an analyst desk. So we'll see them after a few minutes break.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
We were robbed. Robbed of gold of history! We could have brought casual bullying into competitive bullying.
What are you...
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I don't
It's
know, man.
all it took. And at the end of the day, Nord takes another W, and it seems like DMG is struggling to find their foot on the league. It had some parts of the game where it was mix and match, but it was a snowball nonetheless for Nord. The slowest snowball I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know what you expected. Game effectively over by 23 minutes, parlayed into a 35-minute victory. It's classic Nord, Archeron.
But when Romeo just hooks into double turret there for 0, that was just a okay middle cut.
I don't know, man. We
Hope the PayPal was
foresaw that was going to happen. Like, you just don't understand the way that Nord operate. Clean, calm, and collected. Every objective picked up. I'm surprised they didn't go for the Elder at the end. But yeah, that was a very controlled game, I think is the polite way of describing it. Maybe could have been significantly faster from Nord, but as soon as Vashi got that quadra kill, should have been a pentakill,
Yeah.
the game was done.
Yeah, I mean, that one particular fight changed the entire game, and it definitely could have gone in favor of DMG, right? You just had an instant where Liam Cole just gets autoed by that Nautilus, and once he's stunned there, it's the easiest thing in the world for Wazi to go in and capitalize on it. And once that Akali is 6-1 at the end of that fight, it's you can't really foresee them winning fights outside of making picks away from the Akali. And they could only do that for so long to get to these group situations where the Akali's going to be all over you. Then eventually the Rumble's fed as well. It all snowballs from there. Very, very slowly, just like Middlecott in his bold or broke predicted, but nonetheless, it was always going into that trajectory.
So it got to a point where it was completely sealed, but nonetheless, Nord were not capable to put the seal in the letterbox. So I want to understand what is keeping Nord from ending games a little bit sooner, because obviously they struggle a little bit for the DMG, and we're talking about the Yoni effect, that maybe a few more minutes, probably 50, would allow him to be immortal. But the idea of, if Nord is not capable of ending these games right now, throughout the entire split, wants to get to playoffs, if they get top 4 and they face the teams that are on playoffs, things are going to get messy.
It struck me that after the mid-play off of the Drake loss for the MG, when they successfully got that play, you didn't really see Nord set up multiple lanes ever again for the rest of the game. And when it came to trying to close it, they had like 2 inhibs down, but nobody was trying to get like the bot inhibitor wave in. No one was trying to secure the mid inhibitor wave into a flank. These kinds of acceleration plays weren't happening because they felt like they just needed to be grouped. They're correct that they win fights while grouped, but that's why the speed isn't there, because they aren't creating multiple points of pressure when they absolutely could against their opponents. There's an obvious compositional thing happening here.
Yeah.
There is a loss of anti-dive on their opponents, which could make it harder to 5v5, but the response to that is to set up that wide map state anyway. So this is an issue in this game in a big way, this is going to be a consistent issue in all their other games in a big way, and it will mean that when the wins come for Nord, it comes quite slowly. Fortunately, I would have preferred for them to be a loss. I would really like it if a team that I have predicted to win could lose when I need them to lose so I can win the predictions. But unfortunately, we don't live in this world. Shout outs to DJ Khalid. We are both suffering from success today.
That took a turn. I was learning, and all of a sudden, well, I regret my decisions. I'm like, wait, what happened? And that's the thing. Nord needs to step up in terms of finishing the games, or they might give an opportunity to teams that they are on the same level, even if they win the game, to come back. So that could come back and bite them later on into the split. But I want to understand who's the MVP, because I thought it would be someone, but apparently it's someone else. It is...
Oh, God!
Correct predictions. Incorrect
Wait, hold on.
predictions.
Incorrect prediction. Hold on.
Unique
Hold on.
losses.
I got the prediction
But
right.
he got it right!
I got it right. Oh my, this is nah.
Even when
This
got
is
it
right.
he
This
got it
is
right.
slander.
Wait, we made this halfway through or what?
I
He was
can't
right
believe
in
this.
the end.
Oh, that's why I was the player of the... Oh, man.
He's
Can't
never
get the staff
right
these
at
days.
the end. He's
Can't get the
never-
staff these days. Well, it's just everyone was
never
preying on my
right.
downfall. Didn't happen. I think if there was someone besides myself that really stood out today, it's got to be Varshi. Like, he was just absolutely gross. We already said it. The quadra kill that he got completely warped the entire direction of the game.
Yep. I think that's good, but I'm going to be a little bit out there here. I'm also going to give credit to Romeo. Yes, he did delay it a bit further, but that should be a good point for Middlecott. But I do feel like, whereas Quasi was capitalizing, Romeo did set up that play at the end. Yeah. I'd be happy to give it to Wazzy as well, though, because obviously the game was over once he did that brilliant bit of capitalization on that Drake. But it was a little bit of a team effort, so I do want to give a shout out to Romeo, especially because I low-key flamed him.
Varshi is... I was actually not expecting that. So Varshi is the player of the match at the end of it. It's not Middlecott. I mean, we had a conversation with the Middlecott's mouse, and we have to do this bullying. It's just required at this point. So Varshi is the MVP of North versus DMG, which leads us to the last game of the day, which is going to be Alliance Creed versus Venom Crest. And now we're talking about the top two teams that were supposed to be undefeatable as soon as we saw them play. Yesterday, they both got beat up. And today is revenge. Obviously, a lot of people are expecting the Lions Creed to be the top-notch team, but Venom Crest has something to talk about. So let's talk about what can we expect from this match. Let's begin with you, Middlecott.
So I am one of those few people, I guess, that is looking at Venom Crest and going, I think they've actually got a shot here. Maybe my prediction was somewhat thinking about the points and how everyone's going to vote for Lions Creed, so if I could get the win here, it actually pushed me a little bit higher up in the standings. But I think I've already alluded to it on the broadcast. Lions Creed, they do look very, very exploitable, particularly when we're talking about skirmishes in the river around objectives where multiple lanes are required to collapse. And I think one of the strong points that we can say about Venom Crest is these guys do actually play at a unit. It never seems to be just one or two people at a play. They're bringing three, they're bringing four. Zubak leading the charge, but we're seeing roams coming through from the supports as well. So I think that if Venom Crest don't get blown out in the lanes in this game, they've got a very good chance. But I know that there's a lot of stock that you need to put into the names on Lions Creed because this is still a very, very star-studded roster.
Counterpoint, I think Venom Crest needs to blow them out to get the win, but even if they do blow them out in the early game, Lions Creed, they were the comeback kings in the previous iteration, they can be the comeback kings now, and we've seen from laters that being the comeback kings is the way to beat this Venom Crest lineup. So I say, give them that early game. Why not? And then let's roll as Lions Creed as 5 in mid-late game, get the collapses we need, show them how it's really done when we get into that state, and then my Boulder Broke will actually survive this one, because I have Lions Creed losing exactly one game. They've lost that. They can't lose another one, or it gets really bad for me really fast, and I need the 3 versus 1 in the prediction race on this particular one to go through. If this one doesn't work, then even though Aragon got this one correct as well, as me, it actually ends up being worse off for me overall, so yes.
I like to usually ask lane to watch, because I think it's really important to where we should pay attention to tell the viewer, hey, this could be the lane that is going to decide this match. When you look into this match, I don't think it's that easy, especially after what we've seen yesterday from the jungle Zubak.
Yeah, can I give a combo?
Yeah, hit me with a combo.
I mean, it would be the 2v2 mid-jungle combo, because that was the big defining factor of this iteration of Lions Creed back when they were in the NLC. It's a defining factor now, and it is the big pivot point through which these river plays that Middlecott was talking about are made for Venom Crest. So if Zubak's dropping the ball here, that would be a painful thing for the rest of Venom Crest to have to deal with, but for Lions Creed, they are uniquely positioned to take full advantage of that. They have to be on point. From both sides, they have to be on point today, because their whole game plan does pivot around these key players.
Middlecott, I believe you agree with that one, so that's... Okay,
yeah, I think mid-jungle is also important. I also want to see what happens with Jinjo. I think Jinjo has been by far the best player for Lions Creed, in my opinion, so far. So if he's able to get out of the early game looking strong, I think that's a very good sign for Lions Creed.
So my question right now is, every single mid-lane player that I interviewed throughout these 3 days that we had previously, everybody was talking about, I want to beat Temp. I want to beat Temp. I want to defeat Temp to improve myself as a mid laner. From what we've seen with Temp, he's an extremely good mid laner. But is he that good that everybody's looking at him like the one to kill? Is he that good right now? Is he showing it right now?
I think you can just watch the Desire series if you want to see that, and if you wanted to beat Temp, you should have joined the Italian league, no? I view these guys very strong as a unit. I don't necessarily think that individually they are the God Kings, potentially outside of Banderas and Jinjo. Banderas on specific champions is brilliant individually, and Jinjo is really good if you give him these big lane bully champs. I still think of him as a Caitlyn player, even though he has oh yes, these kinds of champions.
Lane bully
That
champs.
speaks Jinjo to me. These are where the individual performances, I think, are. I do think on an individual level, Painful, from what I've seen of him, can absolutely take it to Tempt, and Zubak is running it back with this Belveth. The Seraphine is here. You brought this up earlier as a potentially negating pick on bot lane for Ruddy. I think it could have the same thing here. So I think both teams are feeling each other out very, very well.
Yeah, and I really, really like the Kalista lock in here. If it does end up getting paired up with an engaged support, because this is what I want to see from Lions Glade. I want to see agency within these lanes where they can use the fact that they are very damn good at the game to gain advantages without having to worry about what the map actually looks like. Obviously, the Rel still exists as a flex pick and could go towards Johan here, but I would much prefer to see it on Kasing just to have this super, super guaranteed go button coming out of the bot side.
Sante might be the pick for the Lions Grid, and this would be an interesting one and also deliver so much. We have an unkillable wall, we have someone to set up the team fights, Kalista to follow through. So this is danger zone coming in from Lions Grid. On the other side, Venom. Oh, okay. Okay, this is a Pike with the setup.
Pugby is a big Pike player. This is actually a really good setup that they have running on the bot side here, and Pike later on with the Seraphine can do a lot, but crucially, you are now looking at a double set of resets here, right? The whole game now becomes about, can we get burst down to a level where Pike just goes on and on and on, and that can be a huge game changer. I am also thinking, with this setup, you are not necessarily looking to match them on the 2v2 bot lane. We're thinking about everywhere else, like that mid section we're talking about 2v2. Will it really be a 2v2 in this game, or will Pazzy make it a 3v2 and will bypass that whole potential issue with the synergy Johan and Tempt have shown in the past by just overwhelming them with numbers, as Middlecott was talking about before the draft phase?
I think a key thing as well here with the Pike is the gold sharing that you get out of that ultimate could be really, really big for Zubak. I think one of the issues for Venomcrest yesterday is that Zubak didn't individually become powerful. A lot of the gold was going to Deadhound, Painful, Lenny, great players in their own right, but I think this roster really revolves around Zubak as a player and him being able to do stuff himself. So I think if he's picking up that bonus gold from the Pike executes, that can be really, really good, even if the kills aren't necessarily going onto him.
Way to accelerate the economy from the team of Venomcrest. The last band coming in from Lions Creed, looking into the top lane supposedly to try and remove any counter for that Cassante. We've seen Cassante mid today, so
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised. Something would be
different. I
was
was thinking about that. Like, you think maybe you could just be matching top lane on your next pick, but realistically, where is this Cassante going? The Karma is what I was thinking about already when the Orianna got banned. Because with the Nico ban, I'm thinking you want to go low mobility. Orianna with the Pike makes sense. But Karma as a pick composition with the Pike makes perfect sense as well. As a buffer to the Belveth makes perfect sense as well. Just slam that E on a pick-based champion and watch that guy go ham. You used to see it paired up with Maokai a lot. Now you know for a fact what you're doing on the mid lane here. We could see this Karma go top into the Cassante. It is pretty good there. We could still see her go into mid as well. Or maybe they have something else to round out the composition. Akali is not banned. And you are looking to get enough burst down to get resets going on Pazzy. Akali would actually not be a bad idea here whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, when Lions Creed are running sort of two damage threats, being able to just completely remove one with the Akali looks very, very good for you. We are going to be seeing the Nautilus locked in, so the Rel is getting flexed into the jungle, but this is the same sort of champion that we were expecting, that we were hoping for. Big engage tools, focusing, and for Jinjo coming out of the bot lane.
Oh. Hello there. I like this. This is chaos.
The difficulty is that you'd think on the face of it, building defense here is quite simple for the Cassante. and he would be a ridiculously tanky behemoth the later we go on in the game. If that doesn't become an issue, comp on the right looks very, very scary. It's very easy to make a pick on the Yone, it's very easy to make a pick with the Belf, it's very easy to get that pike rolling. But the flip side is still there. The damage mix isn't necessarily there until we get to a point where this Karma has mantra up every 3 seconds, and that is a point that you can get to, I believe, on the patch that we are playing on here. And if we are indeed playing on that patch, that's their ace in the hole. If we're not playing on that patch, I do apologize that I'm actually not entirely clear on if we are. If we are on that patch, then there is a timer. There is a potential timer where the great champion that doesn't really count, Cassante, could just face roll over all of them and play the easiest game of League of Legends on their life. So let's see how they deal with it. There's the ticking timer there. Nord would obviously lose this game according to Middlecott. Let's see what Venom Crest can do.
Well, both top teams looking to get that W and get the 3-1, which will put them in a really good position in the standings. We're still at the beginning of the split, but nonetheless, this is a clash of titans. And in order to send that to the titans themselves, it is Redoute and Initialize. I think one of them is British.
Maybe.
Apparently so. Yeah, rumor has it. I'm not entirely sure. You know, my passport is a mystery. I definitely didn't lose it over the holidays, and that was a disaster in the making. Don't want to talk about that. That was a whole thing.
Well, the good
but
thing
what
is
is also
that we've got plenty of other stuff to talk
Yeah.
about, right?
We
Because
do.
we have Venom Crest, who have pulled out double enchanter plus double melee carries plus pike thrown in for good measure, and then we have Lions Creed, who are looking to bounce back from what was a surprise defeat yesterday, and they've answered some expectations, kind of shown us something a little bit new as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, they're also into a comp here that is just so wildly different. Like, Lions Creed's comp is pretty standard, with the exception perhaps of this is saying we're a Callista team, which not every team is, but it's a relatively accepted pick at the pro level.
Yeah.
Teams that are good at Callista make other teams scared. This champion is very strong. When you've got yourself a Nautilus and a Rel to go alongside that, to set things up with a Cassante and the Azir being additional DPS, it all feels very coherent and strong. You can play to be very, very scary through that bot lane. The problem is that's against more standard compositions, and I think, as Veteran was kind of alluding to on the other side, you've got a Belveth and a Yone with double Enchantress behind them and a Pike to execute whoever they don't kill. If that Death Ball comp comes online and Belveth gets to jump onto Callista and she can't hop fast enough, it is a bad day to be Ginger.
Yeah, I mean, the double enchanter nature is going to be very scary, because the idea of melee champions is, oh, you just kite them, and especially Callista, I have a dash every auto attack, cool. Oh, well, Karma gives these guys 700 movement speed, and Seraphine helps that with shields and heals as well. There's a very real possibility that Ginger gets ran down, and it's actually going to be really interesting to see what Banderas' role plays in this game, because this is going to be a can we ignore the tank top lane question check, and Banderas has to make sure that that answer is no for Lions Creed to really have a chance in those death balls. Maybe try and isolate out some of those enchanters, make sure that they're not contributing to the 5v5 if possible.
Yeah, exactly. And then, like, on top of that, you know, by having a second enchanter, you're not requiring your double up songs really to be getting a lot of the additional Seraphine benefits. Particularly that's true with the beat drop, where if Karma's slowing with the mantra Q, it's a single E that will root from the side of the Seraphine. Hell, if you get the empowered root with the slow already on, I think it's then a stun. I think it even gets even more powerful. I need to remember to look up that up again. But you know, you already got ways to make Seraphine's life even easier on top of that. Add in a Pike for a bit of volatility. Add Zubak, who has been a bit of a star in terms of his ability to carry on some of these 2-item kind of carry AD junglers. A big Viego player. Had a decent showing on the Belveth yesterday. This could get very interesting indeed, very fast.
So double TPs taken for Painful and Deadhound. Obviously, Lenny on that top side taking it as well. Plenty of map pressure for Venom Crest as we move a little bit later into this game. I also want to take note of the cleanse for Ginger. I think that's going to be a very important summoner spell for us to keep track of. If you get caught by Seraphine Encore, you've got an escape tool now. That's the good news. If you get caught by it a second time within that window, hey, you know what? Not so much. But we're hoping that with all the hops, that's not going to be the case, and that we should see Ginger get out to safety more often than not.
Well, we'll see if he can make it more than one hop this time and Cha-Cha real smooth to a victory, but it's going to be interesting because you look at the side of Lions Creek Comp and you go, I know how this plays, they know how this plays, and Venom Crest 1 is a little bit more of you raise your eyebrow and you have to think your way through it a little bit more. Like, is Dead Hound, for example, going to be building towards more of an enchanter option? Is he going to be going for more of an AP carry option? How is that going to play? How is Zubat going to play the Belveth? Is he going to get the kind of freedom to invade and do this kind of thing? He's certainly going to attempt it very early on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got push in the mid lane, so you expect this Karma to be able to move. Johan getting forced off. May well reset the Gromp, but this is time wasted on both junglers' side. Whoever gets this is going to be just that little bit.
Zubak's got smite.
Looks good for
So,
the
yeah.
Belveth, yeah.
Just gives it up, and I think Johan wisely deciding that's not a fight I want to take, especially with where lane pressure is right now in a surprise to very few. Karma gets shoved pretty readily in mid lane, and the Yone has the shove early on into the Casanto, so that gives rain for Zubak to go galloping on into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and this is one of the clears of all time from Zubak. He did his Raptors, enemy Gromp, recalled, and picked up a pink ward. So, we'll have to see whether or not that one catches on.
Yep.
Or if
That's a choice, actually. You're right. That is very unusual. I guess he's just saying it's actually easier for me to get towards my red buff if I recall than walking all the way back.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm sure there's some thought processes there. These players tend to think about what they're doing before just YOLO throwing it out.
Are you sure?
There.
I don't know.
I like to give them the benefit
in my
of
time.
the doubt. I like to give them the benefit of the doubt, you know. And maybe we can message Zubak afterwards and we go, hey, is this intended? And he goes, nope, I griefed, and this was the best.
Actually, you know what? Yeah. No, that's genuinely I would be very interested to hear what the thought process is behind that part of that pathing, because in a lot of ways it feels like Zubak has made these choices consciously, and a lot of junglers do. And I'm joking around a little bit, but of course Zubak is very aware on how to play champions like the Belveth, how to try and get value out of them early. And they're certainly doing their very best to gain advantages early where they can. Very swiftly heading over towards the bot side Scuttlecrab that Spawn has still got their blue side quadrant to get a hold of. And I think actually if they start reverse clearing, we'll be around when grubs spawn without having to necessarily back and be in an awkward position. Zubak comes towards the bot side himself, gets a knock up on Johan, but nothing really amounts to anything found here. The Ignite at some point was burned by Pyke, but that's about it, and that was earlier on in the game anyway.
Yeah, I am interested by this bot side matchup actually, because in my head, Kasing and Jinjo should be absolutely walking this bot lane. Like, Deadham and Pashi shouldn't really have too much to answer. But that's not particularly been the case, right? There's a 3 CS lead, cool. We don't particularly care about that much, and Deadhound has been able to stave off the Kallista's early game quite significantly so far. I would expect Jinjo to come away from this bot lane with a decent CS lead as well. Some sort of mage bot lane issue is that sometimes you do just end up losing a little bit of farm. Oh,
painful. In danger. Tempt flashes away from the Phantom Undertow, and it's a solid roam from Pashi to save. Was looking a little bit dicey there for Painful, but perhaps it was all a bait all along.
I actually think that's a bit of a... that's tricky. I wouldn't have flashed there, and I may have died, but I also don't think there was an angle for a Karma Q, and I don't think they would have had the damage to finish off that fight, specifically without the Ignite as well. Now, what this does give Tempt is enough HP to stick around and push this wave in, so definitely has the silver lining of having burned that flash. He doesn't have teleport, so he's going to have to take a recall regardless and sort of tank that. Maybe he stays in the lane because he preserved his HP with that flash.
Guess that's probably the thought process. Like, look, I burned the flash, I get to stay in lane, and actually I don't necessarily know where the enemy jungler is. If there's something more here, this gets scary. And actually, in fairness, I wonder whether Painful would have had Mantra Renewal up, the tether, which might have led to him being rooted in place and then just being there long enough to go down, especially as Pyke's damage early is pretty heavy.
Regardless, though, Void Grubs picked up for the Belveth.
Yep.
Level 6 here for Lenny. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it does indeed. Does not going to use it quite yet, and that was what I was wondering actually for the Belveth. That path, the way it was done, basically meant they were going to be around grubs as they spawn, and there isn't really much of a way to contest, so Zubak gets those nice and early. And look, still got that control ward in inventory, still hasn't gone back, so really has just gone back for that control ward, reverse cleared, been there as Gromp spawn, and picked those up as Belveth loves to do.
That's Banderas, who's actually just used his Ghost here. Now Zubak obviously spotted with the Void Grubs plus that ward here. And he still has ulti.
Tempt hits the wrong end of a Mantra Q, it looks like, and will be forced to reset, but the wave is shoved out enough, I think, for him to be able to go back and not feel too bad about his options.
To try to crash this wave on the top side, you can see Banderas just holding it outside of that turret
Having none of it. Is he going to interrupt this? He gets a Q3. Zubak's not very happy about that. Will be delayed on the reset. Banderas doesn't decide anything more is required. And away we move. Just a little bit of frustration. I was saying flashes for a root and gets a root into like a flash in turn from Deadhound. Very aggressive there.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. I didn't expect the Seraphine to need to flash, but again, that's going to be a tool that they can hopefully exploit once we reach level 6. Is obviously when Jinjo and Kasing both have that level 6 marker, their kill threat definitely increases quite a lot. They've got a lot more CC to work with. You can see they've actually frozen this bot wave quite nicely, so Deadhound have to walk up and probably use spells to last hit it, which again makes it even trickier, makes that wave push further away just because the Seraphine is AoE.
Yeah. It's on the top of your screen as well. Kasing, if he goes forwards here, he's about to find the waiting arms of the Void Empress. As top side, first blood from Banderas.
All right, nicely done. All out used on that top side, no ghost needed. It looks like Lenny not really using any of his tools at all there, right? We've still got flash, we've still got ulti available, but Banderas finding the first blood. The way to counter the full build of Yone, obviously, comes back to lane with Berserker Greaves, usually of Amp Scepter as well, before we give him full build status. On one of the Wind Brothers, but Bramble Vest a very good way of keeping him in check.
Yeah,
and clearly worked out well.
And a surprise to everyone, the anime swordsman in the top lane has a tragic background, and as he gets taken out there by someone telling his master forgive him in going all out, gets the kill there and gets away with it. Banderas feeling very pleased. That's Tempt staying away as far as he can from where he suspects a Pyke might be roaming, and he would be right. Dragon secured as a result of all of that pressure, and Tempt stays alive here as people were beginning to investigate his lane.
So of course we kind of had the desk breakdown that, this death ball composition from Venom Crest, generally speaking, going to favour this slower style of early game. And the question that we sort of had, the way to counter that, can Banderas be that immovable object that demands an answer? Equally, can we see a world where Jinjo and Kasing start the snowball and make sure that the Venom Crest squad never get to that late game stage? It's been 9 minutes. We've only seen one kill up on that top lane, and there's a slight CS lead down on the bot side, but not too much to write home about. Lions Creed still don't need to be worried. I think that they've still got plenty of time before that window elapses. Formally, I'd say again, like 3-4 seasons ago, you'd be looking at like 10 minutes before you're kind of going, well, you're about to get outscaled. But with Void Grubs, with Rift Heralds, with all of the neutral objectives that happen earlier on in the game, there's a lot more intangibles that Lions Creed can secure for themselves that push that window back quite significantly.
Zubak just hits level 6, so we'll have that Royal Mails, the Royal Maelstrom available to try and do some work with it. Sorry, that's the E. I think what's the R from Belveth called again?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person. I'm going to be honest.
I know, I should know that one. I keep wanting to call it Royal Maelstrom, but that's the E. That's the big sort of muda slappy fight.
In my head, it's like Starvate. It's like something to do with food, and I'm probably entirely wrong.
Oh, it's Banquet. It's Endless Banquet. You're absolutely right. It is food related.
There we go. Well, you know what?
There we go.
We're a duo, and that's how that works.
Spot on. Thank you for saving me there. I was like, I do know this one, but I was like, the moment I said no, that's the E, I had to think about what order skills were in suddenly. As Tempt trying to defend his control ward best they can. Johan is around, but I don't think he's going to be willing to start a fight there that would be a little bit dicey, you have to feel. Johan, though, gets a Q into a bit of a crash down and will prevent the easy start of the Void Grubs that Zubak was looking for. Remember, they did get the early 3.
Exactly. Want to try and deny as many of these as possible. Venom Crest obviously wants to try and secure as many of these as possible. Now, they do still want to move up their Pyke. This is that window now with level 6 available for Bashi that he can really have an impact. The question is, where does their damage come from in these early stages? You're looking at base damages of Karma. Potentially the Noon Quiver helps out a little bit, but Venom Crest not really doing too much around their grubs.
Ooh, tries to go for that, but it's a good flash away. Now Tempt is in danger, flashes himself, and tries to stay out of safety! Death from below! X marks the spot, and they do make it work as a bit of a skirmish turns up in mid lane. Painful gets another on the way out with a Mantra Q, the Soul Flare, claiming Kasing's life.
Alrighty, there we go. Venom Crest finding a 2-for-0 in the mid lane. And
oh, wait.
Top side.
Ooh, all out. Lenny has to flash. Ghost is popped, though, and now needs to run a long, long way away. But it's nicely buffered. Lenny trying to play this one out. Gets one back, but now Zubak can surely trade that out and consume the waiting body of Banderas for another kill.
I'd like to see them go and try and hit onto these Void Grubs. There's still 1 or 2 left, if I'm remembering correctly, and then you obviously get all the little Ratatas to try and help you out. But instead they're going to look to try and take a reset. I guess They didn't want the Void Grub that was there, and they're going to make sure that they're not sacrificing too much on that bot side of the map just to take those resets and make them happen.
Belveth goes back and gets a crack and saying you feel that might be part of the reasoning. Look, if you're coming back, at least I'm fighting with that very key item. Side, you're looking at Johan, who's still there at Ruby Crystal and Ionian Boots, feeling a little bit sadder in terms of the gold and what's available to them item-wise.
Yeah, I think I mean, Johan had these items when they first took the fight around the Herald to begin with, so you can imagine that Johan's also sat on quite a lot of money for the time being.
One would imagine, yes.
Yeah, you'd hope so anyway. That's one Void Grub extra taken. I'm assuming that there's still another one. So likely going to be 5 of the 6 secured. Which obviously helps out quite significantly if they can get access to these turrets as we move later into the game. Johan stealing away a blue buff as compensation almost, but it's not going to be the trade for the Dragon, and Venomcrest probably going to move their way down to that bot side as well.
Painful, steps forward, gets the renewal down, there's the root, but here comes the rest of it, it's all a bait. Temp goes and throws down the Emperor's Divide, needs to stay away, Malignant's just wide, now Painful's in dangerous. Temp trying to find somewhere to run, gets the shield, stays alive, Pashi looking to go forward, has got to death from below, and Painful's still not dead! What is karma? A double kill for Pike, another in the mid lane, and Zubat gets this one, and Venomcrest are doing it!
And now the Retatas are out to party. They're going to try and take this turret as best as possible. The Mantra healing from Painful keeps him alive and baits in 3 members of Lion's Creed to try and take them down. Venomcrest, they're using this Death Ball, the heals, the shields, and everything is coming to fruition for them. Lion's Creed, that window of their capitalizing on an early game advantage, it's closed. Their composition not outscaled to the maximum yet, but those early game advantages that they'd have been looking to take just aren't quite hitting.
And you saw it, the observers showed. The vision was all a bait because the side of Lion's Creed were roaming up the river and Tempt tried to play bait and ended up getting burned for it. The extended fight, the fact Painful just does not die is absolutely unbelievable. And Venomcrest, now with a 4,000 gold lead, now with 2 dragons, now with 5 Void Grubs, and a Belveth that is snowballing with double enchanters behind them. Lion's Creed need to start getting worried. This could be a 0-2 week.
Yeah, very easily, and it's certainly looking that way. I mean, outside of top lane, right, it's more than 4,000 gold. You've got a decent advantage for Banderas in that top matchup, and honestly, the bot lane too, there's still a slight gold lead for Jinjo, but what good is that gold lead at this stage in the game? And that question of, can a Kalista deal with double enchanter buffed Belveth? But when the Belveth's got 6 out of 6 kill participation, signs are pointing more towards no Lion's Creed the first time they're really looking to contest for a neutral objective. It is going to be this Rift Herald. Really value taking this away when the enemy team has got Void Grubs as well to spawn in.
And again, credit over towards Pashi on this Pike. 3-0-1, Voltaic Circulus all complete. Has been in mid lane so many times to such huge effect. Tempt has been ducking, dodging, diving, and trying to be like Middlecott's hobby, but he just can't dodge enough balls because everybody is throwing so many skill shots. There's just not enough in the tank to stay safe.
Yeah, now the question is, how cautious are they heading into their bot side jungle? Looks like very.
Very, and wisely so.
Yeah, as soon as 3 people disappear into your bot side jungle, they're giving them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they're going to try and spring a trap. We'll need to try and clear out that pink ward. So that is a very valuable pink ward for Venomcrest right now.
Oh, Temp, there's just nowhere to be. That's so brutal. It's a good Emperor's Divide, but he just can't get far enough away.
Yep, and you know, you have to give credit for the amount of safety that Lion's Creed took, but it ultimately left their mid laner out on an island. Pashi again, that was a really nice hook over the wall, lining up well with his jungler.
Oh. Between Void Grubs, Void Mites, Belveth passive, and Grub passive coming out to play, the shove from Venomcrest, rather. I don't want to conflate the 2 teams too much. Gets very, very scary, but then again, maybe I'm conflating them for a reason, because it feels like Venomcrest have surprised nearly every one of us by being so much better than a lot of us had in our preseason power rankings. Looking to go ahead of their tied opponents. This would be a big pickup though if they can get it. Zubat flashing to try and dash away, but it just doesn't matter. Jinjo picks that one up. Cannot get far enough away, and that's a big shutdown that goes into the hand of Tempt somehow, some way.
Down on that bot side as well. Double TP came through from the Lion's Creed solo lane as they also managed to take down Deadhound there. So 2 for nothing. They don't get anything else from this, and it also looks like Lenny's going to get some free time alone with that topside turret. So this is Lions Creed sort of recuperating almost, getting themselves a little bit of gold back where they can, with Venom Crest still dictating for the most part what is going on the map. Now if Banderas can get back here and stop this tier 1 turret from going down, then it is just 2 kills for nothing. He's trying his best. Lenny not able to take it, so win for Lions Creed, obviously taking down those couple kills, getting Jinjo finally on the board. Still think there's a world where this team fight can go well for Lions Creed. The late game damage output of Enazir, of a Cassante, honestly, definitely nothing to scoff at.
It's very reliant as well on people like Pyke and Yone and Belveth getting into the thick of things, and if that ever becomes difficult, if that ever becomes a hardship for Venom Crest, then their damage rating does get a lot lower. Looking, of course, over Deadhound has opted, I think, something I agree with, honestly, towards a more carry option on the Seraphine, has gone towards the Seraphs first, is looking to build towards being damaged, and that's kind of necessary because actually a lot of your range damage is limited otherwise.
Yeah, I really, honestly, just value ability haste and mana on Seraphine, right? No matter how you end up going about that, if you have AP in the build path as well, that just kind of triples down on the core of what you really would like. And obviously with that Seraph's Embrace almost finished as well, it means that if you do get a little bit caught out, if you are caught by a Rogue Nautilus hook, if the random engage from Johan manages to find you, spot you out, then you've got that extra added element of safety with the shield that comes through. Lions Creed, they didn't manage to actually take any Drakes so far, so stacking going to be very crucial if Venom Crest can secure this one. That means they are on Soul. It is unfortunately Cloud that they've rolled, but I will say, Cloud Soul with Karma plus Seraphine and the sort of movement speed nature that they're going for, definitely going to have a lot of value this game.
You can see in the inventory as well, Rectrix there from Pyke, likely building towards something like a Ghost Blade, you'd imagine. Towards opportunity, but you feel Ghost Blade is often the more valuable option for Pyke, who loves to be roaming around the map as fast as they can. Dragon spawns. It will be Lions Creed that get a hold of it, and again, you've drafted a Callista. Yet to really get a hold of too many objectives. You've got a Herald and inventory to work with at some point, but overcome Venom Crest, they want to fight
Johan
this.
engage here. They've got an angle to get in.
Here we go. Johan does exactly that. Crash down Magnet Storm. Zubac sold out by Banderas, who goes all out on him. The encore is good, but it's too little. It's too late. And the grouped up fight from the side of Lions Creed is brutal. But all the way Pashi does manage to get some executes. And actually, all the while, somehow, some way, Venom Crest managed to turn it around because Lenny was able to get something. Good hug. Trying to get something more. Banderas tries to dive on forwards. Will not get the Q3 onto the Yone. Flash away prevents that Soul and Bound from getting something more. And it ends up being a 3-for-3 despite a great start from Lions Creed.
Yeah, the top support, the only 2 of each team able to get away. Starts off very good for Lions Creed, and that's a difficult engage for them to try and replicate. Johan obviously going to use his flash in that instance to start out the fight. And because actually Lions Creed started that fight better, it's Venom Crest that are able to respawn sooner and get towards this Drake faster. What's the opposite of suffering from success? Yeah, wow.
Suffering. Just suffering in general.
Oh, yeah. Okay. 8 damage separates our 2 top laners from that team fight. It's very rare that you'll see such a small margin.
Very close. Indeed it was. And actually the fact that Yone got to survive despite the early damage taken, the fact that Banderas did so much work on the side making sure that Zubac wasn't really involved. He's going to be involved in this one though. Gets a nice quick pickup. And remember, Baron is spawned, so you could maybe look to force the 4v5 advantage, especially with True Form on Belveth and a lot of enchanters to keep yourself healthy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kasing not the premier target that you're looking for if you're looking to
at
start
it.
up that Baron, but yeah,
there you go.
Absolutely. Head for that. Banderas has teleport, tempts too, but they're pretty much in the wings anyway. They can get there soon enough. Venom Crest able to turn. Now Johan.
Oh, Encore, but will do a decent job of crashing down. But he's crashing down into an early grave, I think. Yone picks up that one. And the death ball from Venom Crest is rolling forwards.
And they're just baiting, always. Lions Creed then thought they were going to the Baron. They didn't. They thought, we'll take another fight. See if they can get another skirmish.
Solid attempt with the Fates here. Won't quite line. Temp flashes away. Allowed Pashi to kind of walk forward potentially, and they just have to get on out, but another summoner blown.
Yeah,
and maybe they just go back and try it all over again.
He's playing like a man possessed on the Pyke. He just ulted 4 full HP targets, specifically to get in range to hook more people. That's not... That wasn't him thinking, oh, I can kill them with this. It was so he could hook again.
Someone checking PC. I know. He's like, stop it before he hooks again.
And again, another effort at the Baron. Lions Creed thwart this one once again, showing enough presence here. If they don't have agency to get to Tempt, it's difficult for Venom Crest to feel confident taking this fight. And with them having stepped into that Baron, they may end up losing this mid-tier 1 as a consequence. So, small win there for Lions Creed if they can secure this objective.
There's a small will in there, Colin. Looking back, the absolute gold mine that Venom Crest has struck in the other. Just look at the gold lead, look at the soul point they're on. Look at where that gold is as well. The Pike is truly snowballed. You know what happens when Pike snowballs? He feeds that gold to absolutely everybody else on your team. This led them to a fairly significant 5,000 odd gold lead.
Yeah, and he's been getting those executes as well, right? Like sometimes you'll think, oh, maybe the Pike's just KSing and not passing that gold to anyone. Nope, he's been using his ulti, and it's been going crazy in this matchup. 5k gold lead for Venom Crest, and you can contribute probably 3k of that to the support role easily. Johan starts upon his blue buff, but is going to be a global buff now, I believe, if they can take this one. Give a little bit more agency to the squad, and Tempt specifically going to really enjoy that.
Very much enjoy a blue buff is Tempt, likes the ability haste, likes the mana regen for obvious reasons. Eyes on Banderus as well, perhaps a shining light, a champion for the side of Lions Creed to maybe find some way back in this game. 5-1-on-1, you heard the desk saying if that Cassante becomes unmanageable, it could prove difficult, and certainly in that last big dragon fight, he was an absolute beast for them to deal with. Venom Crest have said, well, we don't have to worry too much about that if we can just force you all to Baron one more time.
There's 2 Frozen Hearts now finished for Lions Creed, so the Bel'Veth auto-attack speed is going to be a little bit lower, despite how the ridiculous speeds that it can get to. Doesn't stack, necessarily, so you would like to see Johan and Banderas maybe on opposite sides of the fight so that they're affecting as many people as possible. I'd like to see that second item finished for Johan as well.
That's a sad moment. Double control wards. It is. They both know what they wanted.
we have to pink this. Yes, I agree. Okay, let's pink this.
Yep.
and then
question mark
pings.
Yeah, slightly, and then he gets passive aggressive messages in chat. It's all that part of the game. Red buff secured as well. So Lenny continue to try and be a threat here on the Yone, and you have something for me, Rudit.
Yeah, I mean, we have a Drake spawning in a minute. We have a Soul spawning specifically for Venom Crest. So that's going to be very important for the Serpents if they can secure this one. Then obviously.
I don't think that was for me. That's for Venom Crest. You know what? I thought you had something for me. Come on, man.
Well, you know what? Send me your address. We'll figure something out. It's simple, really.
Oh, indeed it is. But let's indeed focus our eyes towards the big neutral objectives. Venom Crest have got the ability to toy and pull Lions Creed across the map. Both of those objectives would be big wins for them. But Lions Creed is saying, screw waiting for the Dragon to spawn, we're just going to force the Baron.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Calistran, and it's a bit risky.
It's definitely tricky, and even if this goes well for them, Venom Crest likely going to get the Drake off the back of Lions Creed's resets. Engage!
Oh, big damage back onto Zubak, trying to keep him alive. Oh, into the backline goes Lenny, who dies! That's the Yone dead already. Zubak so low. Banderus is a monster in the front line. Yes, the Rel is dead, though. That means your jungle is down.
So that's Soul likely just secured because Johan's not going to be there.
Just look at the healing.
He gets true form.
Oh, he's going to try and look forward. Pashi continues to be scary, and you've got shields, heals, and enough damage left that despite what looking like a pretty good fight for Lions Creed at the outset, once again, the end of it is just so difficult to play out.
All right, Cloud Soul is their prize. Zubak going to waste no time, more than happily able to secure that for his side. You know, I came into this week thinking Venom Crest had a really tough schedule yesterday. They ended up dropping a game today, though. Arguably, maybe the harder game of the two. Find themselves in a very good position.
Shifts on forward to avoid a Herc. Bone Skewer could have been very deadly indeed there. 2 items completed for Lions Creed in the mid and bot, but like 3 in the top. That's great. The problem is I'm looking at the other side and then going, this Death Ball has been well and truly completed. You've got a Cloud Soul as well on a team that is going to love having more movement speed to start running at people. Above us, below, and below 6 feet is where Kasing finds himself. Banderus goes forwards but amounts to little at this point. The blue trinkets begin to fly. Hook back again is Banderus, and finally they'll bring down that so annoying tanky top laner. Mantra Q onto Tempt, who hops over the wall. You've lost your support, you've lost your top laner, you've got no front line, and Baron will be Venom Crest for the taking.
Yeah, that window, it's unfortunately closed for Lions Creed here. The
Slam
death
shot.
ball is just too enforced. Tempted!
Tempt teleports away. Teleports away to the bot lane. Can't decide they've got to get something here.
Yeah, pity prizes. That tier 1 turret down on the bot side. It's really not going to be too great. Iron secured. True form now for the Belveth for the next 3 minutes, is it? And Zubak, he's had such a good start to this split. 2 Viego games to open up his NLC Div 1 spot. And looked incredible on those. Now he's opened up with a Belveth as well. Really liking this style of Venom Crest, one of our few teams that are pivoting almost exclusively toward carry junglers and making that a focal point.
And again, this is a team that feels like they are a well-oiled machine. They feel like a coordinated unit that have got strategies like this in the back pocket. And yes, you've got a few focal points. Zubak in particular, as you said, has been really consistently good and a devastating carry. But look, Pashi this game, Lenny this game have been really good themselves. And this team feels like more than the sum of its part, like a cohesive picture in so many ways, and they have begun to make a lot of people very, very nervous. It's not a bad little pick onto Painful, who goes down, but maybe this is a moment back. Kasing desperately low. Lenny has to go back as her soul becomes rebounded to his mortal form. Ginger rents him down, and suddenly Lion's Creed begin to roar. The Lion is awake. 4 kills secure. Baron buff shove denied.
They need to hold this mid wave. Look at Zubak. Didn't look. I thought he was going to try and hold that and stop the push. He might just be able to take out Johan.
Oh no. He's going to have to run away. He's got some speed zones courtesy of a Cloud Rift to run away, and Banderas will just take him as far away from that minion wave as he can to give as much free time for Jinjo to get a hold of at least a turret there. And a moment of light in a game that has felt remarkably Venom Crest favoured.
It's a great pickup from Banderas. Spots the Karma just a little bit too isolated and hits him with the all-out. Takes him back into the team. Encore missing as well. Going to be fairly painful for Venom Crest. That's a big tool if they don't have that one ready. You can see Zubak can just become a split pusher here. Has a small army with him.
Grubs and Void. Was it Void Bites and Void Grubs? It's just like various Void critters.
Yeah, and there's no Void Mites there. He only gets those when he hits the turret. That is just Belveth with a Baron. So, pretty cool. Yeah. Pretty fun when you get that and you're able to just push as much as possible. Killing this Belveth is going to be really important. You know, you want to try and deny that true form as much as possible. Still got 30 seconds left on it, so, hey, it's time for them to go. They've still got the Baron. They've still got the critters spawning.
Oh my days, what is that? It's an army! What on earth is that?
It's just not okay. It's just not manageable.
What do you do to stop this? They're all Baron empowered.
Yeah, you're hoping that Temps can do something. Wailing away on these creeps. All right, manages to make it happen, and you know they take this inhibitor, which was It felt like mercy from Venom Crest to only take the inhibitor there. The amount of NPCs that were on my screen gave me a headache.
Yeah, I felt like I was looking at a very different style of game. I know I'm looking at maybe 1 or 2 new RTSs coming out, but that felt like Warcraft for a second there with the full army coming on through. It's a Zerg rush through mid.
Yeah, I built myself a level 16 Azir. Is this enough for the wave?
Teleport? Well, actually, where did Johan come from? He's found his way over the wall somehow, some way. Then he goes on forwards, but now he has to go immediately straight back. It's a good route for Lions Creed for finding too much more. The blast cone away denies something more. Elder spawns in a minute, and you begin to wonder whether Lions Creed were just thinking about trying to catch someone out before anything else happened.
Yeah, fortunately, you think those ultis are going to be up and available just in time before that Elder. I think the Kalista ulti is going to be the one that's a little bit of a struggle. Banderas still has his ult, and the shuffle is still available as well, whether that's engage or disengage. Temp still has a bit of a tool to make work. Now, mid lane, of course, going to be a bit of a sticky spot for Lions Creed. They're going to have to push that quite significantly in to buy them time to start to posture around this dragon. The super minion's going to be providing no end of value to Venom Crest. If they can just stall Lions Creed around an Elder Dragon, the minions can do the hard work. Remember, they've got triple TP, so Lenny, Painful, Deadhound. If they see 3-4 people out of the base, teleporting in and ending the game is very much on the cards.
Yeah, and if you don't know particularly where Pashi on the pike is, you can suddenly hand up in a significantly more sticky situation than it might have been. Tempt will be the one tasked with trying to maintain control over the mid lane best he can, but he's got 3 damage items, and one of those is now the completed death cap. That's great, but he thinks he's in a 1v1 and the Pike comes out of nowhere, as he has multiple times this game. Tempt can find himself in a sticky situation once more.
The train also finished. Banderas.
First makes him sure he's path making to keep himself
Ooh,
safe.
look at
Teleport on in.
Johan's got a
Johan.
great flank. He's on the back of the
Yes.
wolves in Venom Crest's jungle. Don't know if he's been
Nice.
spotted.
I don't think
They
he
started
has.
up.
Pashy trying to stop for that one. They've stopped this one up. They've got Rend, but no Smite currently because their jungler's not here. That tells me they're looking for a fight. Here he comes. They're going on in. Trying to find an angle in. Big Magnus
Lenny!
tries to buy some time, but Lenny with a fate sealed that might just do it for the game. A double kill for Pashy. Pike drags them all into the dark, dark waters. And it's all but over for the crying. Johan runs away, cantering towards an end of a game. It was a valiant effort, but Venom Crest say no, sink their fangs into the Lions, and go to 3-1.
And it's the French top laner with a beautiful fate sealed. The counter engage of Doom smites Lions Creed down and gives them their 2nd loss on the weekend.
They were supposed to be the best team in the league. According to Veteran, they're only supposed to drop 1 game. That's 2 back-to-back. Lions Creed, a winless week. Venom Crest continue to surprise and surpass every expectation.
A great performance from our Division 2 promoters. This is exactly why we love to see teams and relegations
Fantastic.
and promotions sticking with a core of their roster. Venom Crest here, showing what you can do when you just got that little bit of continuation, a little bit of faith in the team. And honestly, the new pickup right there went very well in that team fight.
Oh, yes, it was. They had a draft prepared. They came in and they played it so well. They take down one of the pre-split favorites and come away with a well-earned victory. But to break down this final game, we have to go towards the analyst desk, so we'll do that in a moment.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. It's less so we go do.
tired, boss. I'm exhausted.
You can apologize later. I think we should all just be basking in the glory of Venom Crest right now. What a game! What a performance from these guys playing Div 2 last year, coming up, new org to the NLC, taking down these veteran players, these Korean imports, and showing the power that exists within our region. Brilliant stuff.
I hate Lions Creed so much. It's insane. The thing is, this was the game they were supposed to lose. I'm really just mad because they lost yesterday, man. That's what really messed me up. Like, man, you know what? Now I root against them. I bet against them every week from now on, alright? Because it's done. It's done. It's a crumpled sheet of paper. It's not getting flattened again. Alright, my trust, it's over. You know, you can't break trust in a relationship like this, alright? You can never ever actually get it all back. Congrats to Venom Crest. Good job.
Amazing.
You made them suffer. I hope you make them suffer even more. Go have a kebab on me or whatever. Probably shouldn't have lost yesterday. But yeah, no, their composition was pretty much built around one person, right? It was built around one man and his Pyke. We knew this guy was a good Pyke player. He had a phenomenal game on the champion, and they were able to beat everything. They were able to beat the timer, they were able to beat the mid-jungle, they were able to beat every aspect of Lions Creed that you needed to take down to be able to get the win on them. Congratulations, Pazzy. Picture doesn't do you justice. Picture on the bottom right is the real you. 10, 1, and 7. Jesus Christ, man. Dude, this guy was absolutely beast moding it.
And let's be honest, that composition they brought into the game was disgusting. It was horrible to play against. I just love it. I just love it. The last fight, there were a couple of fights where we thought Lions Creed can take it back. But let's be honest, there's a recurring issue. The rotation coming in from Lions Creed is not pleasant to look at, and it seems like Venom is on one step above. I think this is the team to take it all in the split. I look at them and like, I love these guys. I just love them.
I think they played absolutely fantastic, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. When Lions Creed was set up as a fight, going straight into the fights versus Venom Crest, they were actually coming out on top in a lot of these situations. Yeah. But it was Venom Crest constantly finding these picks. It was one or two members out of position. I think there were a few hooks going down onto Kasing that he just shouldn't really be there, right? And this is one of the issues that you have when you're playing against a reset-based composition. You can't get caught out. You can't be that first step because it's never just one.
A big problem they ended up having as well is whereas they were winning these fights, they weren't winning them enough, and that's because there was a lack of damage coming out from the mid lane, from Tempt. He got behind in the laning phase because of these groupings that Venom Crest were doing early on, and he never quite got to the item set he needed to. So if he wasn't immediately on the engage at the moment the engage was happening, they just didn't have the damage to get a decisive victory. They got small wins here and there, but when there was a decisive victory in a team fight, it was entirely Venom Crest doing so. And I was saying I was worried about how they were going to look in the late game scenarios. Their composition is so plug and play in those scenarios that so long as the game doesn't go on for too long to the point where Cassante just becomes invincible or Tempt catches up on items, they actually could execute a much simpler composition than what their opponents are running, and sometimes that's all you need. So I think this is a really good draft that they did, that covered their weaknesses, played to their strengths, and they executed it beautifully. And unfortunately, Lions Creed were just never quite able to get back into the game.
And they showed proudness by bringing Belveth yet again. It didn't work out the slightest yesterday, and they just said, you know what? It was not the champion. You just need to fix some things here and there. We got you. And to me, that just shows greatness, especially bringing it versus Lions Creed. Like, that is beautiful, but more beautiful than that are the predictions. Let's
This
show.
is what we've all been waiting for, really. Look at that! Oh,
Jesus.
You got the perfect day!
Yeah,
my
you got the
brain
perfect day.
is so big, it is pushing against the inside of my skull.
That puts him above you, by the way. So you two were actually even just before this. Now it's Middlecott on 14 and you, Archer, I'm on 13. I am on 17, so I'm completely fine so long as I'm not on the desk with Aragon, who is the only one above me. But here, I am still on top. So you can have your tiny victory, Middlecott, right? Because I still have the decisive one. Alright? I'm the Venom Crest of this Venom Crest Lions Creed relationship. Alright?
Oh, come on,
He
come
got
on!
4 correct
It's
predictions!
still incorrect! Come
What
on, man!
is this? He had 0 unique mouses.
Give
Wait,
me
no,
the
yeah.
leaderboard of predictions. I want to. But get it over with.
Wait, this isn't even what I'm looking at on the sheet here.
Oh my word!
Wait, what? Which one? Okay, one
you're
of these
just-
is
you are-
wrong.
You are
Either
just
this is
so
wrong or the
mudded.
sheet is
You
wrong.
are just so mudded, veteran, right now.
It's
Oh,
their sheet!
oh. We all thought when Nord took that early victory, that early lead versus DMG, that it was going to be mudded cot coming out here at the end of the day. But I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, gentlemen. These have been the best 2 hours of my life. This has been absolutely fantastic.
How is Duckling on -2?
Danish.
You may take predictions, middle card. At least I can do this. Okay, I can do this. Ooh, look, it's working. It's working. The mouse- Okay. No. Your mouse will hit the prediction.
He actually would have the mouse
This
if
is
he
the,
just made
this is
the
the
tweet.
thing. I get
He
a
actually
perfect
would
day
have
on the
it.
day that I forget
Yeah.
to do the prediction
You
for
could
the
have had it
mouse.
all, middle cards. And at the end of the broadcast, your mouse will look up and say, Jefe, estoy cansado. End it. End my misery. Show the standings of the teams as well. We got to see what happens. This was a beautiful day. This was a beautiful day. Natives, Nord, and Venomcrest with Verden are still tied up in first place, which is beautiful. Alliance Creed in fifth one, followed by Ruddy, and then Lightside and DMG at the end of the standings. This is only day 4. We still have a long way to go, so don't worry about that. And for those of you at home that actually have a working memory, head on to Twitter next week and fill in your predictions to win a wireless mouse, you know? A mouse that doesn't need a cable. Coming in from Steel Cities themselves, Aerox 5 wireless mouse. It's on the line every single week. It's going to be delivered a new one. The first one is already at someone's place. The second one is not going for you, middle cot, especially because you live in the basement. That's not a window, that's a card box, and we need to see you're bolted or broke. I mean, you got it right, so
Yeah, no, genuinely.
5 minutes.
One of mine is gone now. I had Lions Creed would lose 1 game, but now they've lost 2, so it's over.
Yeah,
1/3 is down.
fantastic stuff. And obviously,
No. I'm
the
this
moment-
mad. I'm this mad.
you
This
can't keep
amount
pulling
of
out the
madness.
tape measure, Archer.
What do you mean?
But
It's
no,
the
no,
color of my tie.
my last bold and broke was that Lions Creed don't make playoffs, and as
Yeah.
it stands,
Stop.
They're in the middle.
as it stands,
Yeah.
they are
Stop.
fifth
It's
position,
actually-
Archer.
Don't you?
It's looking likely. It's looking likely.
You know what?
Yeah.
Patrick was talking about this previously, but I'll actually take my. Oh, is it working? I don't think it's working. Oh gosh, it's not working. I had a
Oh
light
no!
but it's not working.
He had a bit,
Damn it!
and it's not worked.
It's like your mouse.
The face,
So,
the face
I mean,
just
that's
loved me
Lions Creed
today.
right there. Like you have a bit, you have a plan, you have it all worked out, and then when the day comes, you just lose to Lightside and the Venom Crest. You know, sometimes it does be that way. Like
final
it's,
words.
yeah, I mean, for me, it's really interesting that we always end up in the position, the NLC, where we have like 4 people basically dead even, and then someone basically trickling up there on their
Yeah.
tails. This time, though, it's Lions Creed, so it still feels like, even though they've lost twice now, one of the losses was to Venom Crest, who a lot of people did expect, well, only Middlecart actually predicted, to be able to take the win here. The other one to Lightside, you have to think they can still prove that was just an aberration. And if they do prove that, we're basically in a 5-man race for that playoff spot. But as is, there's a clear pack, and no one's fully separated away from them yet. So the next weeks are still going to be really interesting.
Middle cut. Lovely.
Good
It's
job.
It's
Great.
everything that you'd ever want. It's NLC, and yeah, it's looking incredibly competitive. And whilst Lions Creed have had no 2 week, very surprisingly to most people, they still have that quality on the roster. They still have that ability to put themselves back in that race. And so I think as we get later on into the split, I'm expecting there to be some differentiation between the teams. But I would absolutely love it if we're coming into like week 6, week 7, and it's still this close.
I would love to see that because that actually is NLC at the bottom of our hearts. I love it. And so far, it has been a pleasure to be with you all, even though most of our desks are based in incoherent noises and a lot of shouting, and somehow it still works. So I don't know if you're capable back at home to join us for week 3. I don't know if you need psychological help or something like that, but join us for week 3 of the NLC. We'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday. You know it. Keep climbing, and I'll see you soon. Why is my lightsaber not working?
Oh, it's just, you've just been absolutely mudded here. Like, just
It happens
try and
to
hit it
every man,
harder.
Ultron. It happens to every man.
I'm done!
Cut.
At Steel Series, headsets, mice, and keyboards, all the gamers, most since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.